That's right, folks. You know what that sound means. It means it's time for another Z show. That's right. Welcome, greetings, come one, come all, to the show that never ends. The show that, frankly, well, the show that's about me and my imagination. Welcome, 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 welcome. And welcome to all our friends from all around the world. We have a new friend here from Estonia. Wax on, wax off. Welcome from Estonia. And greetings. Awakened Mind says, recent guest on Joe Rogan this week spoke about the final experiment. Mentioned Jerans and T.F.E by name. You said it, Awakened Mind. Don't worry. We'll be discussing that tonight, amongst other things. But make no mistake about it. That wasn't missed on me, of course. And many of my faithful listeners will recall that I and one Mr. Nachiketa of the Nachiketa Fire Channel, well, we predicted the Rogan thing by name. Who recalls that? Maybe some of you. I certainly do. So, no surprise here. Thus, the title of tonight's stream, The Final Experiment Endgame. Because that's what it is, really. It's their endgame. It's about optics. It's about headlines. It's about memes. It's about Joe Rogan laughing about it on his show. Laughing at you all, really. And it's about Jerans and his quest for glory. Turns out 10 years as a flat earther really didn't help Jerans much. He still kind of wasn't making it financially. I mean, his words, not mine. His numbers were really kind of on the rocks. His channel was, whatever. Turns out this globe flip, well, all of a sudden Joe Rogan. We'll get into it. Some of you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, welcome. How are we? Yeah. Who's Shonaki says he predicted Jerans on Rogan this year. Well, that makes at least two of us. Three if you count Nachiketa. Again, that's what this T.F.E was. It was to confirm the bias of all those who want to hold on to their indoctrinated, conditioned belief set. It didn't really matter what the outcome was, as long as they went down there and saw that sun circle. The arguments that you find on this channel and others are really of little consequence. This is about optics, up and down. This is so your brother-in-law could laugh at you at the kitchen table at Christmas or whatever. It's about all those things. But anyway, we know better. We know better. You don't have to know what this world is to know what it isn't. And that's really what this comes down to. Some have positioned this whole final experiment as a either-or fallacy. Well, there was a lot of fallacies. I pointed out to Jerans to his face prior to this failed expedition that it was an obvious affirming the consequent fallacy. But some people reckon it as a either-or fallacy. I call it a false dichotomy. But that's really what it is. It's an either-or fallacy because you don't need to know what a thing is to know what it is not. See, it's really what it comes down to. Because unless you have all the information, all available evidence, unless you can substantiate a thing, you really can't define a thing. And to falsify something surely does not require replacement. Our friend Austin Witts taught us that. Austin, are you out there, Austin? I know you listened to my last show. I got messages through the back channels that, yes, Austin kind of listened to the last show. I'm glad he did. And if y'all missed my last stream, go back and watch it. It's a must watch. Well, in my mind, all my streams are must watches. But that's an especially must watch. Because we went into the whole Austin thing. And of course, how could we not? What's intimately tied into this whole conversation? He was one of the 3 flat earthers who went to Antarctica. Now he's conspicuously absent. And during this absence, his wife drops a salacious video painting Austin in really not such a good light. And again, now Austin's AWOL. Who knows? Hey, there's an open panel. Every show, I do an open panel. Every show. Witsit never did open panels. Kind of weird. Maybe that would have been a better practice for you, Austin, instead of doing your curated shows, your carefully planned shows where you invite guests on or just sit there by yourself. Because when you engage in open dialogue, uncensored dialogue, where anybody can come up and give their opinion, well, it gives you a different perspective on things. It refines your thought processes. And maybe you wouldn't make some of the obvious mistakes that we watched over the last year and even more. But yes, I will have an open panel. And who knows? Maybe Austin will show up. I don't know. You never know. That's the beauty of it. But yeah, Austin's gone bye-bye. No word from him. Somebody told me that he wanted my contact information. Well, my contact information's scrolling right across the bottom of the screen. thezeteticwarrior@gmail.com. It's not hard. Okay, I'm not on Telegram, so what? Who cares? It's just about communication. It's not hard to get a hold of me. You don't have to take it a certain way if I don't want to give you my number or something. The truth is, I'd rather my conversations be done here, in a public forum, on the record. I don't have anything to hide. I'm not interested in that. Let's have it out here. It's really about the information. The truth is, Austin, nobody should give a shit about your personal life. It says a lot about you. It speaks to your character, of course, but this is really about the information. I don't really give a shit about you and your wife at all. And if anybody watches last stream, they can readily see that I was quite sympathetic to Austin and fair and balanced in a real way. But we miss you, Austin. Do we miss you? Do I miss you, Austin? Who misses Austin? Hey, put a 1 in the chat if you miss Austin. Maybe we should. Maybe we shouldn't care. I don't know. It sucks not being able to hear your voice, whenever we want. Hear you going on and on and on about incoherent dielectric acceleration and interferometry. And don't you just know that satellites incorporate inertial calculations? Don't you just know that? I don't know what to do without Austin. Maybe we can get him on. Maybe hell, look, maybe if we can't get real Austin on, we can get fake Austin on. Maybe we can try for that. Let's see if I can get fake Austin on. Fake Austin's not so nice to me, but who knows? Hell, we'll settle for fake Austin if we can't get the real thing. Let's see if we can get him up here.
Slow down, sir. Stop running, get the hall, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate. Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro. Level, check. Levels, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro. Hi, lads.
Fake Witsit, welcome to Z Show. Yeah, Z, what's up, G? That's my Austin impression, everybody, just so you know. Yeah, G, what's up? Well, listen, fake Austin, your actual real life counterpart, real Austin, is kind of going AWOL. Yeah, I know, Z. I'll be here as his representative. So what? Well, the point is that, you know, he kind of had this like really salacious video that came out, quite controversial. And truth is, I think a lot of us are worried about Austin. We saw the streams that he was doing where he was like incoherent and completely out of it. Then all of a sudden, like, your wife releases this video and we don't hear from you. Like, are you okay? Don't worry about me, Z. It doesn't matter. I'll be back. I never left. Don't you understand? I'm impervious to this type of thing. My superior intellect will carry me through this controversy. Don't you know? Yeah, I know. You're like so smart. We always hear about your high IQ. We know about your debating skills. We get all that. But I don't know, man. I don't know if those things are going to be able to carry you through this. And don't really think people are going to be able to overlook like what happened. I mean, it was a pretty big deal, that thing with your wife. I wouldn't call it assault and battery, but maybe a hostile home environment, maybe. I'd imagine she's going to try to present that to court, you know, when she tries to take your kids and whatever the hell else she's trying to do. I mean, aren't you worried about this? Z, like I said, I'm untouchable. Don't you know? I'm untouchable. I'm going on Candace Owens. I met Mark Harmon, her producer, in Antarctica. It was worth it. Remember, Z, and justify the means. I know. Remember, Austin, I told you not to go to Antarctica and how it would be a bad thing. And you kept telling me, well, it's going to be a good thing because, you know, reasons and any publicity is good publicity. Do you really think that you and that confrontation you had with your wife is like good publicity? I mean, do you think that's really going to help you? Like I said, it doesn't matter. Candace Owens. Yeah, okay, Candace Owens, got you. Speaking about like these major platforms and you know influencers, did you hear that they talked about Jerran on Joe Rogan? I mean, I don't think if Jerran stayed a flat earther, Joe Rogan would ever bring his name up. And this guy like even gave Joe Rogan a lighter that Jerran had. Apparently, a lighter that he used to smoke a blunt in Antarctica. Isn't that weird? Did you see that? Yeah, I saw it, Z. So what? I'll be on Joe Rogan in no time. Really? Do you really think so? Yeah. Don't you know? I know Alex Stein. Alex Stein knows Joe Rogan's second assistant producer. Okay. So you really think that your your friendship with like Alex Stein of all people is going to get you on Rogan? Yeah, Z. Of course it is. I don't know why that's my Witsit impression. That's my Witsit impression. Maybe I have to work on it. It's mostly just like interferometry, and don't you know? Don't you know interferometry? Don't you know I lied to everybody because I didn't want my wife to know I vaped? And then she just left me? Doesn't it suck? Yeah, it sucks, Witsit. You destroyed your credibility over vaping. Over vaping, of all things.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch.
Unbelievable, man. Anyway. Who knows? Maybe Austin will make his comeback. I don't know. Either way, it's really not about you, Austin. This is way, way, way bigger than you, me, or anybody here. This is about shining light on deception. This is about enabling people and helping them to see such a huge lie, a lie that's been perpetrated upon them since the very day they were born. It's much more than our petty egos, our simple alliances. It's much more, much more than those things. This Chris Q says, Z, you're bringing up all good points. I know, Chris Q. That's my thing. I bring up good points. Thank you. Thank you for the reinforcement. I need that sometimes. I bring up good points. It's one of my qualities that I have. I have a way with that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been bringing up good points for months and months now about this final experiment, what was going to happen, what it means, the optics associated with it, and we're seeing it now. Duffy and Jerans' name on Rogan says everything that needs to be said, plain and simple. It's unbelievable. What's the deal with this Joe Rogan anyway? All of a sudden, he's just laughing at conspiracy theorists now, quote unquote conspiracy theorists, truthers. Wasn't he a moon landing denier? Where does he stand? Rogan, where do you stand on the moon landing now? We saw when you had Neil deGrasse Tyson on your show, and all of a sudden you're just agreeing with everything he said. Like all of a sudden, yeah, like gravity makes sense, rotation, orbiting the sun, everything just makes sense. I'm tired of it. That's what these people do. They mock, they minimize, they minimalize. They play on your human emotions. Because it hurts. It hurts to be mocked. It feels bad to be left out. Everybody's just having a party. Joe Rogan's just having a party. Getting high, friends with Elon Musk. Getting high with Elon Musk. Now Elon Musk is running the government, basically. It's fun, Joe. You can just play right along. Who cares what's real? Who cares about the consequences of lies and deception? Who cares about anything spiritual? Those things don't really matter, right? You could be friends with Trump and Elon, invited to the inauguration. Isn't that great? Let's see how it works out for you in the end. Just another man who puts so much stock into this material world. Of course, at the expense of his spiritual self, his spiritual existence. On and on and on. King Stephen says, Elon has a retarded look on his face. I don't know what's going on with Elon. He looks like he's on drugs to me, if you want to know the truth. He looked so high at that inauguration, the whole thing, from the swearing-in ceremony in the Capitol building to the whatever that rally was afterwards, where he did that fascist salute. He looked like he was on ecstasy or something. Elon looks like he's on some weird Chinese designer drugs. Who knows? He's Elon Musk. He's probably on like something we don't even know about. Like in those dystopic books about the future. When they were on that drug, Soma. Who knows? What book am I referring to? I can't remember the name of it. Where they all took a drug, Soma, and everybody was just out of it. It was like 100% bliss all the time. I think it was A Brave New World. Yeah, that's it. We're in a brave new world right now. Read that book, everybody. You know how Oprah had her like reading list? Z's gonna have a reading list. Brave New World, just read it. Predictive programming, anybody? Godheart Guardian says he's openly doing ketamine. That doesn't surprise me. But I don't think he was on ketamine at that inauguration. I've seen the effects of ketamine. Pretty much put you in a coma. It's too much with this Elon. But that's it. Elon Musk, he's going to usher us in to this new age of humanity. What do they call it? A golden age. That's right, everybody. With Donald Trump leading the way. Don't worry. I mean, it's not like you or everything you need to be as you are. It's not like you have the power of creation inside your very being. No. It's not like all the mysteries of the so-called universe are locked inside of you. It's not like you have access to these things through your consciousness and that all things could be known just by using some type of transcendent human quality. No, you need to become more than that. You need to become merged with machine. You need to be converged with some digital construct, the so-called biodigital convergence. You need a Neuralink planted inside your brain. Because of course, because we know better. Because we could just know every little thing. Consequences be damned. We could figure out the consequences. We have AI. AI will figure it out. AI will tell us all the possible scenarios. It'll use some advanced algorithm, some logic tree, and it'll bring us down. It'll tell us every possible thing that can go wrong. I'm sure there'll be no unanticipated consequences by messing with the human genome, the human biology. It's a tale as old as time. This idea to be as the gods, to be like the gods. And who knows, we may indeed be part God, but we're also just as much this material world as we are gods. We're somewhere in between. We're a strange mix of mind and matter, operating in this 3D existence. It's a trick. They're telling you they have the solution to a problem that they created. It's a con game. It's a 3-card Monty. Get it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But yeah, much love, What's It. Let me play your music again. Let me like this one too quick because I like his music.
Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil?
For anybody who's wondering, this is the rapper B.O.B. from his mixtape Elements. And he pretty much dropped the F.E. Knowledge. I remember Witsit said this inspired him along the F.E. path. Oh, the good old days, Witsit. Do you remember? Before you cared about being super famous, before you cared about shekels, when you seemingly had integrity. It's funny how that happens. It's funny how we get co-opted bit by bit, inch by inch, tiptoeing our way to becoming a total sellout. And then we must reap the harvest we have sown. Well, sir, you're there. Like I said, I don't want to jump on you, man. But how can we not talk about this? Your flat earth gatekeepers, nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. The silence is deafening from you morons. I'll sit here and do it. And any one of you can come up here and talk about it with me. Any one of you. It's insane that you're not talking about this. Are you going to talk about Jerans when he goes on Rogan? Total clowns. That's what happens because you guys, you branded F.E. Keep saying it over and over again. You turned it into Flat Earth Inc. Monetized, franchised. You created, like, I don't know, a little oligarchy amongst yourself. You controlled who you let in. You kept those who were essential to you. You protect those whose let's say, downfall would hurt your brand. That's what we're seeing with this Witts thing. Same thing with Jaren. You guys avoided the Jaren topic until you couldn't anymore. Until you just flipped on all your asses, which is hilarious. Or maybe I'll get the show started. We have a show to do here. I can go on and on. Clowns, all of you. When are you going to come talk to me? When are you going to stop talking about me and come talk to me? That goes for all you guys. Dave Weiss, Marty Leeds, Karen B., Mark Sargent. You keep interviewing morons. You guys look like clowns. You think you're going to be able to ignore me? I assure you, you're not. That's a fact. So we can do this the easy way or the hard way. But either way, we're going to do it. It's going to get done. The reality is I kind of like it like this. I like it a little rough. I like it. I like the cat and mouse. I'd rather it be like this. So we can do this thing. Clowns. Total clowns. All right, let me get going with this. Let me get back to where's my theme music? Again, thanks for being here, everybody. I'm going to make a concerted effort to be here more. Because reasons. Because I need to be. Somebody needs to do this. You'll all come talk to me. What about you, Del? Hey, Del, are you listening? I talked to you today, Del. Are you going to come talk to me? Are you going to stay whining about the fact that it seems as though you might not be the end-all be-all to the upward vector? You going to come talk to me, Del? You're going to be a little crybaby. You're going to pout in the corner. How are you going to pout in the corner, Del? Now, you don't like that Nachiketa and I are, leading the conversation now? You think it's yours? Come on, Del. Come out wherever you are. Come off your holiday. Did they finally buy you that RV that you were e-begging for all those years? Did that happen, Del? Did those clouds finally go away that you're constantly complaining about in Scotland? You finally got a sunny day for your holiday? What does a vacation look like in Scotland? I can't even imagine. Come on, Del. Come out, wherever you are. Somebody just said Del with a satanic cross tattoo. He's a big guy. Here's the question. Would I be talking about Del like this if we lived in the same country and he could easily get to me? I don't know. Have you guys ever seen the guy? Beyond the Imaginary Curve? I know a lot of you know who I'm talking about. Many of you don't. You can go to his channel and check him out. Beyond the Imaginary Curve. You see how I do it, Del? You see the alchemy? I do this little thing with you, and then I actually promote your channel because I think it's a good channel, and you're a smart guy. But you need to give it up. You need to know when you're bested on certain topics. Stop being so obstinate and egoic because you pretend not to be. It's goofy. But anyway, anybody who knows Del probably understands that I probably wouldn't be saying these things like if Del was next to me. Just take a look at him. You understand what I'm talking about. The guy's a monster. King Stephen just says, I don't think Del is smart. I don't. Oh, man. And then he says, I think Del's a sellout douche. Now. Let's not go that far. Angela just says he's buff and then has hard eyes. He's as buff as it gets. If there was a pageant for all the flat earth guys, like a Mr. Flat Earth pageant, I wonder who would win. Who are the sexy guys? Come on, ladies, weigh in down below. Who are the sexy guys of the flat earth? Flatzoid, I'm not sure you stand a chance. Are you either, Sob Dave? But who are like the sexiest men of flat Earth? Would Nachiketa be in there? I bet Nachiketa would get a few votes. I'm just saying. Who knows, Austin? That little thing we saw you pulling with your wife might give you a couple points. A lot of ladies like it rough. Ask Angela Baby Carson. I'm sure she watched that whole display and maybe had a little moment in that outside bathtub of hers. I'm just saying. Who else is there? Mark Sargent? No. Sorry, disqualified. Yeah, somebody said Witsit with that blue steel. Does the Witsit blue the Witsit blue steel look? Somebody said. Dr. Evals votes for Arwen. What about Nathan Oakley? Nah, he's disqualified. The potato man himself. Nathan, if you're listening, you're disqualified. I don't know what Quantum Epic looks like, that QE guy, so who knows? Jenny Sparks says not many are hot. Too bad, Jenny. Too bad for you flat earth ladies. And now Witsit's off the map. Witsit, you fucked up by like getting married and stuff. You could have had a harem. Get it? You seem to be at the top of the heap regarding the sexy flat earth discussion. You could have had a whole thing. You're really into the Old Testament and that Yahweh guy. He says you could have like a lot of wives. I know like Paul came along in the New Testament and said like, nah, that's not a thing anymore. Paul fucked it up for everybody. Why would you listen to Paul over Yahweh, that God you love so much? According to him, you could just have like a bunch of wives. Look at King Solomon. He had like an infinite amount of wives. It was crazy. Come on, Witsit. You should go full Old Testament. We know you love that Hebrew cosmology. You should go with you should go with the Hebrew laws of marriage too. I'm just saying. You would have done well here. God, what am I talking about? All right, let's get the show started. Somebody's got to do this. If I have to come on here and do this, I'm going to come on here and do this. All right. Where's my camera? For some reason, people like to see me. They'd like to see their quote unquote content creators. They're not okay with just a voice. Even though, what's the point? What do you need to see? It's just me with a beanie every single time. That's all. Awakened Mind says, started? The show's already kicking ass. Yeah. Weird. Weird how that works. Let's get the cam on. There I am. See that? For all you people who just, for whatever reason, just need to see me. I don't know, Angela Baby Carson watching this on a big screen TV and her phone from a bathtub. In my mind, Angela, you're just always in a bathtub. You just have bathtubs in every room. I'm just saying, it's weird. Official opening right now. Good evening, everybody. Greetings and salutations. You found your way to Z Show. That's right, folks. It is the end of the rainbow, the bottom of the rabbit hole. And as always, we are broadcasting live and in living color around the level horizontal topographical plane that we all call Earth. As mentioned, you are all in for a stupendous show this evening, or whatever time it is. Wherever you are, it's going to be great. We're going to review a bunch of stuff. We're going to talk about Jerans, and apparently he's buddies now with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan has a lighter that Jerans used to smoke a blunt with in Antarctica. How weird. You guys thought it couldn't get any weirder? It apparently is. I'm just saying. And more. We're also going to talk about the apparent 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yes, apparent sun, Jerans. Like I've been telling you, the sun is apparent. I don't care if you're in a globe, a flat earth, or some other weird shape. I couldn't even imagine. Anyway, who's here? JC23 in the house. Ron Smart coming at ya. Angela Baby Caution. Morgan from the Great White North. Speaking of the Great White North, Mr. King Stephen himself from the Sanity Machine. Unindoctrinated coming at ya. Rom in the house as always. Sean Alke. Good to see you. Jenny Spark. Jones the Cat. DJ Emo. The Prime Mover. FPV Angel coming at you. Go check his channel out. FPV Angel. He thinks that rainbows are like halos of these giant angel demigod beings that exist like somewhere here, like in the ground. I don't know how to explain it, but let him do it. Awake Souls coming at it. He says, why the beanie every single time? Because that's my thing. The beanie. It's my trademark. It just is. I know you're going to tell me like Tim Pool does the beanie trademark. So what? There could be more than one guy with the beanie trademark. But anyway, much love, either Jason or Ronnie. Good to see you. Good stuff. Check out Awake Souls. They have good stuff. See this Awake Souls channel? It's right there. See Awake Souls? Dave Weiss called their channel the dumbest channel on YouTube. Turns out their channel's better as far as flat earth content than like 99.9% of the dummy flat earth channels that you could ever find. It's weird, Dave. So one of the best channels you just say is like one of the worst. Why? Because they make you look bad as you continue to basically pump some falsified, untenable model of like what this world is. You're goofy, Dave. You're goofy. Anyway, much love. And so many more, so many more. Thank you all for being here. It's a great night here at Z Show. I hope you guys are feeling the love, feeling the energy, feeling whatever you need to feel. Who am I to tell you how you should feel? That's your thing. You have your own consciousness. You have your own individuality. Yes, we come here. We interact with each other. We do all kinds of things. But I'm not going to tell you how to be, who to be, what to think. Let other people do that. Where's my science thing? I moved some things around recently. And with that, folks, it's time for science. Come on, who loves the science segment? It's my favorite segment, by the way. Who doesn't love science? You know, you love science, Witts. You love it so much. You know, science, see? There's a little secret I want to tell you. For all you people hung up on science, it's not about science. It's about logic. It's about using your mind. It's about being a critical thinker. That's what it's really about. Everybody's so focused on science. Science really, to its core, is mostly deception. Because most quote-unquote science is simply based on an underlying belief set. There's a presumption at the very base of it. There has to be. There's always something presumed. There's a paradigm, get it? So all this so-called science is done within a particular lens, a worldview. It's not real science. All you really need is your mind. You are imbued within your very nature with the sovereignty of thought needed to really look at this world and figure it out critically. That's what matters. You don't need to like learn special fancy things. How do I say this to just get it to everybody? You don't need like extra things. You don't need institutions and frameworks and like, I don't know, years and years of indoctrination. You need to learn how to get in touch with yourself. You need to learn how to come within yourself. When you do that, you'll realize that your energy is connected to this entire world that's around you. You'll have an intuitive understanding of things. So when they tell you impossible things, like this world is rotating and orbiting the sun, you'll just know by nature that that's impossible. And you'll understand that you don't have to know what this world is to know that it's not that thing. Get it? You don't need science. Sorry, everybody. That's why I call it science in name only. That's why I call it hashtag science. Pseudoscience, which is basically a religion at this point. All right, let's get into some articles because that's what we do here in the science section. Might as well pull this whole window up. Hopefully you guys can see that. Somebody says, very interesting. Who is this? It is very interesting. Thank you. Again, thank you for validating how interesting that little thought was that I expressed there. People are going to tell you need science. Oh, it's science, Z. Don't you know? Don't you know? DV, IV, constant, empirical method. Okay, got it. Yeah, we need science to figure things out. I get it. But you don't need science to think. You just need a mind. All right. Who's here? Let's see. What are we talking about? From space.com. Mysterious blue spiral spotted over European skies. What was it? Have you guys heard about this? The mysterious blue spiral. It kind of made pretty big news. Let me bring it up so we can see it all in all its glory. There it is. Pretty cool, huh? It's funny. I first started hearing about these blue spirals well over a decade ago. And this is maybe the third or fourth time this blue spiral thing has come up. Let's get into it. Is it a plane? Is it a satellite? Is it a galaxy? Is it aliens? You see how what they have to do with these things, with these articles? Put the stagecraft behind it, the theatrics. Leave the theatrics to Z show. Yes, I employ theatrics because I'm using rhetoric. Look it up if you don't know what it is. I'm using a persuasive mode of communication to make my points. That's why you listen to me. But I don't need rhetoric. I don't need persuasive language in news articles. I don't need you to be cute and fancy. It's a distraction. See? They want to get you off the issue. They want to get your guard down. They want to ease in with a little humor. Let's continue. A strange blue spiral lit up the skies over Europe on Monday night, March 24th, causing residents of the UK and other European countries like Croatia, Poland, and Hungary to flood social media with photos and videos, along with requests to identify this weird light. Some users even speculated that the spiral could be the work of aliens. Well, the identity of the object behind this spectacular event, and unfortunately, rather than being the work of extraterrestrial visitors, it's a bit more down to earth. The cause of the strange blue spiral is actually, you guessed it, folks, a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that blasted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida at 1:48 p.m. Eastern Time. The rocket was carrying the secretive NROL 69 mission for the National Reconnaissance Office, the NRO. The spiral appeared over Europe at around 4 p.m. and persisted in the sky for a few minutes. The X feed shared a stunning time-lapse video of the spiral appearing and extending over the skies. As the post above indicates, the strange blue whirlpool, which to many social media users resembled a spiral galaxy, is an example of what some people call a SpaceX spiral. These structures develop after the upper stage of the Falcon 9 rocket has separated from its first stage booster. Get it? So you have the upper stage of the Falcon 9. Again, it doesn't have the Dragon capsule atop it, like when it's bringing people to and from the International Space Station. No. They just call it the upper stage. When the upper stage apparently separates from the rocket, you see this now. Is this true? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what it is. I don't need to know what it is. It seems like they're blasting these things up. Some of these people in the FE community are going to tell you that it's all CGI. Well, I don't know how you could stand by that. It seems untenable when you could watch it with your own eyes. They're blasting rockets up. They're doing something up there. I don't know what it is. I could look up in the sky and I could see Starlink satellites or whatever they're calling Starlink satellites zooming right on by. I don't know what it is. I don't have to know what it is. I could also see the ISS. I could see it when it transits the moon. I could also see that it has the same apparent size about of commercial jet airliner that flies at roughly 35,000 feet, which is weird because they say the ISS is at 250 miles. You can't make that work. It's real simple. As the distance doubles, the apparent size halves. It's a very simple equation. So how could the ISS appear as the same size as a commercial jet airliner in the sky when it transits the moon? It really can't. That's the thing. What is it? I don't know. I'm not aware of every little thing. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not going to sit here and give you some fanciful story as if I know what the hell that is. I don't know what it is. I'm sure you can go to somebody's channel. They're going to tell you what it is. They're going to have a nice little tale for you. They're going to spin a yarn. It's bullshit. I'm not here to do that. I don't need to do that. I'm not sure what the ISS is. I don't know what Starlink is. I don't know what satellites are. And I don't know what this strange spiral that they saw over Europe is. What else do we have? Another one from space.com. NASA completes SLS core stage stacking for Artemis 2 moon mission. That's right, folks. Artemis 2. We're going back to the moon, everybody. You know, there's already been Artemis 1, but this is Artemis 2. They're going to have people on this one. Let's get into it. NASA's next moon rocket is coming together piece by piece. The core stage of NASA's next Space Launch System, SLS, rocket recently completed integration with the vehicle's side boosters inside the agency's vehicle assembly building in Florida. SLS will launch NASA's Artemis 2 mission to fly 4 astronauts aboard the Orion spacecraft around the moon and back sometime next year. Sometime next year, they're sending people back to the moon. First time since 1972. Now, unfortunately for these 4 astronauts, they won't be walking on the moon, landing on the moon. They're just going to be zipping around it in this Orion spacecraft. Yes, they need to land on the moon. They need something else. And apparently they're bringing in, who else but Elon Musk and SpaceX to accomplish this feat. But it doesn't make sense to me. Wouldn't you want to fly them around the moon in the same ship that's supposedly going to take them to the moon? Oh, but this Starship, as it's called, apparently keeps blowing up in suborbital space as it tries to enter and cross the supposed Kármán line. So I guess they abandoned that. They got to go with this Orion spacecraft. I don't know. If you're trying to get people to the moon in the next few years, I think it would be probably good practice to send them, around the moon in the same ship that's supposed to bring them there. I don't know. That's just me. What do I know? Quote, technicians joined the core stage March 23 with the stacked solid rocket boosters for the mission at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. NASA officials wrote in a statement. SLS's solid rocket boosters are responsible for lofting the 322-foot, that's right, folks, 322-foot. Can you count the ways that they encode their messaging here? Anyway, let's continue. Fully stacked vehicle through the first stage of launch. Each booster stands 177 feet tall, and together they provide more than 3/4 of SLS's total thrust at liftoff. Then it goes on and on. Let's bring up some pictures so you can see what they're talking about. So here it is. This SLS. Pretty nifty, huh? Doesn't look much different than those early boosters we saw in the 60s, whether it was the Russians or us. Hasn't changed much, interestingly enough. Yeah, so that was the vehicle assembly. Let's check this out. This is the rocket booster. This looks like the Orion. This looks like the capsule, but I'm not sure. It might not be. I don't know why there's two of them. It's not very descriptive in these images here. But anyway, let me continue. I wanted to read more because it talks about the astronauts. Yeah, here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Artemis 2 is the second mission of NASA's Artemis program, meant to establish a long-term human presence on the moon. Artemis 1 launched an uncrewed Orion into lunar orbit and back on November 2022. Did you guys all know that? I only found that out recently, that we've already been back to the moon with Artemis. Again, it was unmanned, but apparently they sent this Orion capsule into lunar orbit and back on November 2022. Now, Artemis 2 will be the first crewed mission of the program and will launch the first astronauts to circle the moon since the final Apollo flight in 1972. I mean, come on, can we count the holes in this whole story? It's unbelievable. Look, if you sent this thing into lunar orbit in November in 22, what's taking you so long? Why didn't you just come back and next week, send the astronauts up? Was there a problem? What's the issue? And why people? Maybe send a hamster up first. Or a dog. Matter of fact, keep the dog here. I'd rather these people risk their lives than send some innocent dog up there. At least the people have a choice in the matter. Let's continue. Aboard Orion for the lunar loop around will be NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman and Artemis 2 Commander Victor Glover as mission pilot and Christina Koch as mission specialist. Canadian Space Agency, that's right, for all you people up in Canadian land, you guys are not forgotten here. Canadian Space Agency astronaut and mission specialist Jeremy Henson will also be part of the crew. NASA has not yet announced the crew for Artemis 3, but has long billed it as the mission to send the first woman and first person of color to the lunar surface. Astronauts Koch and Glover happen to fall into these categories respectively. That's right, because that's what really matters, is that we get a woman and a black dude up there. Who cares about pulling the mission off successfully? Who cares about having the best and brightest, the most capable up there? No, we have to have a woman and a black guy for the first trip back. Don't you know? We have to represent all the colors of the rainbow on the moon and how important that is. God, they make it sound so easy. I mean, how easy could it be if we haven't been back since 1972? That's a long time. That's longer than I've been alive. But apparently it's so easy that we could just, I don't know, have a diversity and equity, inclusion, going on here. It's a joke. We met these astronauts here in Z Show maybe a few months ago. We brought them up. I'm not going to bring them up again. You could search them. So I guess these 4 astronauts are going to circle the moon, and they need to pick out who's going to go. That's another thing. Why not have the people that go and circle the moon be the ones that go and land on the moon? Why do you send up a completely different crew? Or even a partially different crew? What you want the experienced astronauts to be the ones that actually walk on the moon? Maybe they could troubleshoot if there's any problems because, they've been there. The whole story falls apart. It was the same thing with the Apollo missions. They just kept sending up different groups of guys as if it was nothing. As if they were going on vacation. Taking a joyride to the moon. It's a joke. See, none of it adds up, everybody. None of it adds up. If they're going to take a Starship on the Artemis 3, well, why are they taking this Orion capsule for trips around the moon? Why are they switching out the astronauts? Why anything? Why haven't we been back to the moon since 1972, apparently? On and on. Unbelievable. Another one from space.com. New Barbie doll celebrates 60 years as an astronaut, but forgets when humans first flew into space. That's right, everybody. Let's pull it up. Let's look at astronaut Barbie celebrating 60 years. 60 years since its original release in 1965. Check her out. Look at that spacesuit, by the way. Hey, guess what? That spacesuit that they like hand stitched together to fit this Barbie has just as much chance of holding up in the vacuum of space as the ones they have today. Meaning to say, no chance if space existed and that vacuum was real. It's a joke. It's just as it's just as plausible, the Barbie suit, as the suits they have today. That could apparently resist like the vast vacuum of space. Let's see what it says. Earth to astronaut Barbie, we have a new space collectible, but probably not for all the reasons Mattel intended. The toy company is celebrating the 60th anniversary of its first spacesuit-clad fashion doll with a new reproduction of Barbie Miss Astronaut. You see, this is how propaganda works. This is how systematic indoctrination works and social engineering. People want to say, oh, look, Z, we live in a capitalistic system, free market. So Mattel wanted to market Barbie to its young ladies in 1965 because it's good business, really? Really take a look at how this world functions beyond what they tell you. The reality is, there's no separation between the public and private realms. Looking at a world that's run by a very few bloodline elite families that vie for power, that are basically minions of whatever sits atop the capstone. This idea of a free market simply does not exist. To call it capitalism is a joke. It's a crony capitalistic system at best. In reality, it's more like some type of fascist, really a neo-feudalistic system if you want to know the truth. Bloodline, royalty, monarchy, controlling the goods, the means of distribution from the top down, giving you a facade of a capitalistic economy. That's how it's run. So they can give you astronaut Barbie in 1965, which I'm sure no girl wanted. And now they're going to present it again. Let's continue. Originally sold in 1965 as an outfit accessory alone, the 2025 set includes a doll with hair and bold red lips styled after those available at the time, bendable legs to take the iconic first step on the lunar surface, and replica silver spacesuit, white helmet, gloves, brown moon boots, and American flag. I wonder if that flag will wave on the boot and be able to withstand the people walking by it. That's weird. How does a flag wave in a vacuum of space? Anyway, I don't need to get in that one. That's an easy one. Inspired by the garments worn by NASA's Mercury 7. That's right. Before Apollo, there was Mercury. How many Greek gods can we get in here? Are they Roman gods? Somebody tell me. I don't know. Apollo, Mercury, Artemis. What are we talking about here? Barbie famously donned an astronaut suit 2 years after the first woman lifted off for space and almost 2 decades before the first U.S. woman followed. Did you guys just hear that? So before 1965, there was already a woman in space. Apparently the Soviets beat us. Maybe they'll tell us about it. The packaging for the Miss Astronaut reissue also pays tribute to the original with its pink and white stripped border, a pastel-colored illustration of a 1950s style sci-fi rocket soaring under a ringed planet. I wonder which ringed planet that is. A ringed planet? Oh, it's Saturn. It's Saturn. Why do you guys love Saturn so much? Why are we so focused on? I admit, Saturn's pretty cool. Maybe we should be focused on Saturn. If you guys ever take a look at Saturn, it's pretty unique. Saturn's been pretty vilified. They seem to love Saturn. Anyway, another topic. Let's continue. A ringed planet replaces the solid orange that backed the 1965 exclusive. One tiny step for Barbie, one giant leap for doll kind. What a joke. Again, propaganda, social engineering at its finest. See, if they could present space to you through their media, through Hollywood, and now, of course, through the ultimate media source, the internet, through their AI and whatever else. See, they can create a story in your mind of space. They can get you emotionally connected to the idea of space travel. They could present you an engaging story regarding space. Come on, think about all those space movies. It's not just Star Wars. It's TV, it's magazines. I've covered a pulp magazine series called Amazing Stories from the 1920s, in which space was presented almost in a way that we see it today. Heck, in the mid 1800s, we had stories of space. Jules Verne's trip to the moon, and more. It begs the question, how did they know what space could be before we could ever go to space? Before planes were even invented? Before rocket technology could even have been imagined? They were showing you rockets. They were showing you the moons of Jupiter and Saturn and conjecturing them as habitable. And now here we are, traveling to planets, going back to the moon. It's an elaborate story. That's the sad part. That's the scary part for most people. Is that the reality that you are being presented with is merely a story. From the politics to the religion to the science to the history, it's a story. No evidence to support it. Nothing real about it. See, most people can't grasp the magnitude of such an audacious deception. Most people look at this world through their limited bookends. The reality is you don't know what you don't know. Learn to look at this world with a sense of wonder. Understand that you live in a spiritual reality, one where the mere physical is only interpreted and perceived. It's not the overarching reality. There's many more dimensions, frequencies that exist beyond what you can sense with your crude senses. The mystics knew it. This information was held in the mystery schools. Throughout time, passed on through their elite brotherhoods, their secret societies, so on and so on. Whether you look at the principles of Kabbalah, whether you look at the practices of the Hermetists from the so-called land of Chem or ancient Egypt, whatever that was, all the way up through the Rosicrucians, the Theosophists, the Golden Dawn, on and on. There's occulted knowledge that has been kept from you. Knowledge that gives you insight into not only this reality, but who you are. They're giving you a story of this reality. They're giving you a story of you, a story that is not real. It simply serves their ends. It benefits them. It limits you. It keeps you from achieving your full capacity. They bind you to the material. They hide the spiritual world from you. They tyrannize and control you. And they get us to choose it. And that's the rub, is that we consent to it. We must consent to it. That's the magic. That's the alchemy. Because they cannot violate the immutable laws of nature and of God. You must consent to your enslavement. Nobody can take your mind, take your soul, take your spirit. You must give it away. And how many of us are doing so each and every day? Well, I do not know. All right, that'll do it for the science segment. Much love, everybody. Much love. What do I have next on the docket? Let me switch over here. All right, so let's get into it. I teased a few things in the beginning. For those of you who weren't here, tonight's going to be mainly focused around the final experiment, the implications of it, things like that. And I'm going to talk about the apparent sun in Antarctica and how it relates to different military bases located on this apparent continent. But before we do that, let's get into our friend Jeran. So here's the first one. Yes, Jared, I'm talking about you. You can't stop talking about me, so we'll just do this thing where we just talk about each other without actually talking to each other. I'm not sure how that conversation would go now. We had our conversation. A conversation for basically the history books. A conversation where I basically told you about the apparent sun that we're going to cover today, that you consistently deny, ignore. It's all right. It'll catch up to you. Somebody says, give him a call, Z. So here's Jeran. He apparently attended a conference called Skeptic Camp, everybody. That's right. In Los Angeles. Jeran got in a car and drove down to Skeptic Camp in Los Angeles. And here he is. I mean, right here, let's look at his bullet points. His journey into flat earth belief. Why he was so sure he was right. The Antarctica moment, a reality check. The power of real world observation. And the takeaway, why it matters. Now, here we are, watching Jeran basically proceed down the course of action that I said he would. Jeran, you couldn't make it in this arena. You got butthurt when you weren't the special boy. You got butthurt because guys like Z come on and hold, relatively speaking, numbers that blow yours away with your 160,000 subscribers. You couldn't cut it. You saw Witts getting all the attention, all the donos. You saw Dave Weissap blow up, make him richer than he already was. But yet you sat there with your 100 channel members. But now, look at you. You're at Skeptic Camp. You're going to be on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has your lighter. Things are looking up for you, Jeran. I'm sure your material existence is going to improve dramatically in the coming weeks, months, and years. But what about your spirit? What about your soul that you've abandoned and sold over to this world? Oh, that's right. You don't believe in those things. Sorry. You never did. And that's your problem, because you investigated this information. You looked into deception, but you never left your worldly, secular paradigm behind with you. This is what happens to arrogant people, egoic people, narcissistic people. They hold on to the persona, a persona that was created for them by a culture hell-bent on control and domination. It's not easy to let it go, especially when the real self is so damaged and traumatized. The real Jeran will never be seen. The real Jeran had a chance to express himself. He's gone forever now. Sold out. So here we go. Jeran at Skeptic Camp, talking about how he left his dangerous cult that he apparently was the leader of. What do you got to say, Jeran? Let's get into it, buddy.
The Antarctica moment was the moment that it all came to me. I remember the pastor, we were on the plane coming back from Antarctica. We landed in Punta Arenas, and we're getting off the plane, and I told him, I'm like, hey, Duffy. He said, yeah. I'm like, the Earth's a sphere. He's like, what?
Oh, so you got off the plane from Antarctica, landed in Punta Arenas, South America, and the first thing you told Duffy was, "Hey, it's a sphere. Thanks, Duffy. Thanks for waking me up from this delusion that I've been in for 10 years. Thanks for putting me on the path to financial success. The success that you have, Pastor Duffy, Pastor Millionaire Duffy. How can I be like you? I don't want to be like those loser flat earthers. Look at Z. He has to like work and stuff. He has to like make a living and a livelihood for himself. And it's hard for him to come on and stream, put the time aside to do it, but he does it anyway. How can I be like you, Pastor Duffy? Oh, that's right. I could just sell out to the beast system and become Satan's little whore. Why not? Who cares? I don't believe in spirit anyway. What's the big deal? What's a soul anyway? Who cares? How much is mine worth? Hey, Jaren, here's a little hint. If you're going to sell your soul, you might have to, find it first. I'd imagine that was a tough thing for you. So yeah, Jaren gets off the plane in Punta Arenas and goes to Duffy. Oh, it's a sphere, Duffy. Like a wink and a nod. Like, go ahead, give me a call, Duffy. We'll work together. We'll do this. Where was your boy Witts when you were high-fiving Duffy on your, realization that it's a sphere and a globe after all? Where was he? Where was Witts when you were smoking that blunt, Jaren? That's the real question. What's it? We know you had to lie about Vapegate. I hope you didn't hit that blunt. That would have been like, I guess, the worst thing ever. Not only tobacco, but marijuana on Antarctica. That would have been crazy.
So there's the sphere, and he goes, no way. Like, yeah. So he was pretty excited about that. I think that his goal was just to have one person turn. He thought if he can get one person to change their mind, that maybe there'd be a cascading effect. And that has happened. I don't know if you guys know Patricia Steer has stepped out, no longer.
Oh, the cascading effect. Oh, Patricia Steer. Let's have Jaren list all the flat earthers that got caught up in this cascading effect that he caused by waking up. Thank you, Jaren. You woke these people up from their trance. Let's go. So he said Patricia Steer. Let's go.
Longer flat earther. Robbie Davidson, who was in charge
of
the first 3 conferences, has stepped out, no longer a flat earther. Paul.
Yeah, see, first 3 conferences. That means he's important. Doesn't matter, like nobody watched his channel and all the subscribers were bought. So that should mean something because Robbie Davidson held conferences, everybody. Don't you know? Appeal to authority, appeal to consensus, appeal to popularity. Yeah, Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, don't you know? She's a redhead. And she had a nice microphone and good streaming equipment. So that matters. Who else? Let me hear.
Paul on the plane, no longer a flat earther.
Oh, Paul on the plane, who we haven't heard from in years. So you, Patricia Steer, Robbie Davidson, Paul on the plane. And as we brought up last time, 4 people who all got caught up in a crypto scandal. With Paul, Patricia, and Robbie being caught up in the Axiom scandal. SEC violations and the like, facing major jail time. But I'm sure that's just a coincidence. So let's continue. Keep going.
Flat earther. Wow. There's a guy named Melodome who stepped out.
Oh, Melodome. You guys at Skeptic Camp? Did you know Melodome? Awesome Austin? He's big time. Do you know that he manages a bunch of Fridays, maybe friendlies? I don't know. Yeah, Melodome. Speaking of Melodome, Austin, when are you going to drop the dome from your name? How are you still Melodome? Really make that make sense? I don't know. That's besides the point.
Now, Rose 777. So a lot of people are seeing.
Who was that one? Wait, I missed that last one for my audience. Who did he say the last one was?
So a lot of people are seeing the issues. Now, Rose 777. So now, Rose 777. So now, Rose 777. So
Rose 777. Thanks for clarifying that, Jason, because I don't know. A lot of people told me Rose didn't flip to the globe, even though I saw her admit it. Yeah, Mossad 777. So now we could put that to bed for good. This whole idea that, no, not Rose. Yeah, Rose 777, everybody.
A lot of people are seeing the issues, and then there's this new group of flat earthers that basically is in a la land where we don't know what the sun's doing, we don't know where the sun is, it's apparent, it's not a real sun, it's a
Oh, we're in La La Land. We don't know what the sun's doing. We don't know where it is. It's apparent. It's not a real sun. He's still going off on this. Here's the reality, everybody. Jaren knows the sun's apparent. Jaren knows the Earth's flat. Jaren's just pulling the biggest scumball move in history. Jaren's butthurt. Again, he wasn't the special boy. Jaren's selling you all out for financial gain because he has no integrity, no morals, no scruples. Nobody does what Jaren's doing. Nobody sees the 24-hour sun and then just starts making every tired, tropey, globy argument there is. This doesn't happen. It's beyond credibility. Any skeptical mind would understand this. It just doesn't happen. Simply doesn't. Nobody would do it. Same with you, Melodome. It'd be a major thing. If this was real, it'd be earth-shattering for both of you. You'd go off and contemplate life. You would do something other than what you're doing now. Flipping to the globe and now trying to become famous as the two guys who left the flat earth cult.
It's a figment, they're starting to talk about something called dome refraction. I don't even know where this came from. It's their excuse to explain why things are not where they should be. And the power of real world observations, and then why it matters.
There's Jaren, everybody. You're a weird guy, Jaren. You're goofy in a lot of ways. And strange. I don't know what else to say to him. So weird. What else do I have for you guys? Here we go.
Yeah, so this final experiment thing.
All right, so we hyped the Rogan thing up. I'm going to claim fair use on this. This is being used for educational purposes. All right, we're discussing the final experiment. It's called an experiment, isn't it? I mean, let's not get into all the issues associated with that term and what this was, but so we're talking about an experiment, Joe Rogan and his associates. So this is fair use. I'm presenting science to my audience. Get it? Let's get into it. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, so this final experiment thing sent the world into a spiral. There's this dude, Jaron Campanella.
Hey, my name's Vincent.
The biggest influences, and he said, I saw the sun above the horizon.
Yeah, Jaron, he's the biggest. Did you guys know Jaron's the biggest flat earth influencer? He's the biggest one. He had 160,000 subscribers. He's the biggest one. Even though he gets like 4,000 or 5,000 views when he goes live for like hours and hours. So Jaron is the self-proclaimed, self-appointed biggest influencer in flat earth. So that's why it matters, everybody. We should listen, right?
And I think the Earth's round.
All right, so we've got something to start out with. I want to show you. I don't know if you guys saw this. My name was said on Joe Rogan. How about that? Was that worth anything? Rumor has it that my
I don't know. Is it worth anything to you, Jaron? That your name was said on Joe? It wouldn't be worth anything to me. It'd be worth zero. Like if Joe Rogan played this clip on his thing tomorrow, I wouldn't miss a beat. And that's the reality. I would still wake up and like go through my day as normal. I'd still drink my coffee with my butter and my coconut oil and a little bit of honey. Although I've been going for more just black coffee lately, just because. I would still have my cereal. I would still just do everything. I'd still come on here. But apparently it's a big deal to you, Jaron.
phone number has been given to Joe Rogan, so I don't know where that will go. But
Oh, Joe, he's got your phone number. See, this is what we talked about from the beginning. Some of us, all you people that told me like months and months ago, why are we talking about Jaron? This is played out. Why even give Jaron any attention? This is why. Because I knew this would happen. Nachiketa knew this would happen. Why, you ask? I don't know why. I just did. It was obvious to me. It should have been obvious to some of you. Maybe y'all wanted to ignore it. Dave Voice was busy calling it a David Copperfield magic trick. Mark Sargent was busy talking about nonsense over and over and over again. Karen B, who knows what the hell you were doing? On and on and on.
We will see. And also, Joe Rogan likes to strike channels for using his material. So, Joe, this is for everybody. Go sub to Joe and be Joe's friend. And we'll just try and talk over it a lot and keep it quickly moving along because something else cool happened here at the beginning. Let's go back a little bit. Okay, now what do you think's in this bag? Could Joe Rogan be about to touch something that is mine?
What is this?
I have a little open of that. So you'll remember that I
Joe Rogan's going to touch something that Jaron touched. Jaron, you didn't put your dick on it. Joe, if you're listening, hey, Joe, Jaron's got like an issue with his dick, and he's apparently like rubbing it on things all the time. A lot of people have seen this one video where Jaron's like doing like pull-ups, like dick pull-ups with like a barbell. Maybe a dumbbell. It might have been a barbell. I don't know. It's pretty impressive, apparently. Jaron, are you going to promise that your dick didn't touch this lighter? I'm just saying.
sent you a photo on iMessage a couple of months ago
What have you got
of
there?
a friend of mine who was in Antarctica,
Yeah.
and he flew a comedy mothership lighter out to Antarctica. I've been reliably told that that lighter was used to smoke weed.
Who would have smoked weed in Antarctica? How dare them? You can't do that over there. You can't do that. In that. Somebody asked me to. Oh, it was Edward Henry. Whoa, geez, get into that guy. What a joke. Anyway, he was saying something about how illegal it was what I did and all this stuff, and why didn't I have to go through customs? And I mean, just a bunch of nonsense. And of course, it's because Antarctica isn't a country. Hello, it's a continent. Isn't a country. Doesn't have customs there.
In Antarctica.
Yeah, and
Wow.
it's touched. It was dropped a number of times, so it's touched ancient permafrost.
Fuck yeah.
So he now owns the lighter that I used to light my joint in Antarctica. How about that? Small world. Huh?
So
You can't make this up, man.
What kind of laws do they have in Antarctica?
No laws. They have none laws.
don't know.
Are
Apparently,
there
very
any
liberal.
laws?
Fuck no.
Who's going to come give me the police?
Knows. I don't know.
There's
I don't know.
nobody there. Have they established laws?
They were
There's no laws.
400 miles in.
Whoa.
So this was part of the final experiment, which was this attempt to try and disprove flat Earth.
Thanks, Joe.
He went as a part of that.
Did he bring flat earthers? Is that the deal?
So
Yeah.
4
So he's going through the story here.
flat earthers, 4 globe.
Now, what you guys can do, if you want to see myself or Duffy or somebody like that on the Joe Rogan show, go over to this video, which was today. I think it was posted this morning, and write in the comments that you want them to contact us. They have our phone number. So maybe one of us can get on, maybe both of us. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe he doesn't want us on. Maybe he wants to just laugh at us. Who knows? But that would be good if we could get on there. I'd like to talk to him.
Bees, globe earthers, get flown to Antarctica. It's $35,000 per person.
Oh my
And,
God.
this guy called Will Duffy
This guy called Will Duffy?
put the project together, flew everybody down there.
Did he pay for each person?
Yep. So,
Wow.
Well, kind of, sort of.
I think maybe a couple of people chose to go self-funded, but they were trying to get the open offer to all of the biggest flat Earth influencers, commentators.
What'd you call it?
I don't know what to call it.
How many went?
4 of each.
That's why black guys always get the best in sports, you know? Like they score the highest.
No,
all
I'm in
the
the
games.
middle of the show, dude. I'm in the middle of a show.
4 roundies, 4 flatties. And they
don't you want to see their search histories?
maybe the FBI do. I don't know.
The flat people, I want to see.
So
They're searching.
So this is Joe Rogan's response. It's just to laugh. Again, it's to mock and ridicule. But that's all he has to do is laugh. This is Duffy Endgame here. They're talking about the final experiment on Joe Rogan. Literally the largest, most viewed podcast that there is. All he has to do is laugh. That's all that's needed. So everybody else could laugh. So your brother-in-law can laugh at you, like next Thanksgiving. So, like, I don't know, when one of you flat earth guys, like you get a girlfriend or whatever, and her parents find out you're a flat earther, they probably won't be laughing. They'll probably be having another reaction as they tell her to get the hell away from you because you're a psycho and part of a dangerous cult.
Search histories? What is my search history?
they do this in the middle of our winter, their summer. They observe the sun above the horizon for 24 hours.
Mhm.
So there's no
Yeah, let me address this comment. This is from YD. Does anyone wonder why Witts has yet to be on Candace Owens' podcast? I wondered that. That's a great question, YD. Do you guys remember when he came here on my show and basically just told Nachiketa right to his face that he himself, Austin Witsit, was the special boy because he was going on Candace Owen? Not you, Nachiketa, but Austin himself was going to go on Candace Owen and tell everybody the quote-unquote real flat earth arguments. Right, the real flat earth arguments. Incoherent dielectric acceleration interferometry, right? Because you guys all think they're the real flat earth arguments, right? And Austin, of course, is the final arbiter of that. Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. Where's the Candace Owens? How's that going to happen now? Now that your wife sandbagged you, Witsit, you still going to go on Candace Owens? Do you think that's going to work out for you? I don't know.
explanation apparently with
So they know.
most of the models of flat Earth about how this
There's no explanation on any model of flat Earth ever, except for if you ask Dr. Stephen Alonso, pilot, doctor, professor, and president of the United States. He will, and seller of all T.F.E merchandise. He'll let you know that it's every flat model ever predicted it. And then Dustin Demos will repeat it and everybody else on Facebook. So it's cool.
sun could stay above the horizon for 24 hours.
You see how Jaren just strawmans everybody into some conception of a flat earther that fits his argument? Why didn't you say Z, Jaren? Why didn't you say my name?
24 hours. So they flew down. They had drones flying in the air. They had a 24-hour 360 cameras.
It's all fake. It's done in a Amazon studio. Didn't you listen to the great Eric Dubay? He did a video on it. Copied it directly from the great King. We have a king also. We have kings. We have doctors. We've got all kinds of people here. It's really the most influential bunch of people I've ever seen in my life.
They had live stream of iPhones, all of this stuff.
Again, so then he goes with the hoaxtards groups. That's what I keep saying. You hoaxtard people like Flatzoid, Sov Dave, and the rest of you, on and on, King Nico, who I don't even know. Does anybody even watch King Nico? People watched him for like a week. I tune in, nobody watches him. What's your deal, King Nico? You have nice AI like artwork and thumbnails. You present yourself really well. Turns out your content must be shit because nobody watches you. It's another story. But all you hoaxtards over and over and over again, Eddie Banjo, where are you, Eddie? You're just playing into the false binary. You're just giving Jaren exactly what he needs. Because nobody's going to address the issue of this 24-hour Antarctic sun. I'm going to do it after this. I'm going to go in great detail as we review Spacebusters. So you basically give Jaren the straw man that he needs to make us all look idiotic as you hoax this thing, as you don't want to address the issue. Because you all want to stick with your belief set. You want to stick with your Hebrew cosmology. The circling sun over a monopole that ignores perspective, ignores so many things. You want it to be simple because you're simple people. You're simple-minded. That's why you cling to your religion, just like you cling to your Hebrew cosmology. You're all jokes.
Stuff. And then they had the people that were on the ground. And the guys that were there observed the sun.
Did the flat earthers switch stances?
So three
did, one didn't?
No, that's not right. It's the other way around. Flip it.
Oh, this is drone footage?
Yeah, so the final experiment.
So those are apparently mountain mints.
Smooth
And
faster
what it
than
really is. There's
We have
people that believe
hard launched this episode.
people that believe wild shit about Antarctica.
Yeah, so this final experiment thing sent the world into a spiral. There's this dude, Jaron Campanella.
Hey, my name's been said.
The biggest influences, and he's said, I saw the sun above the horizon. I think the Earth's round. And he's immediately been, the Flat Earth Society's just gone into a head spin. That
The Flat Earth Society has gone into a head spin. Again, the Flat Earth Society. As if that's like a thing. Like you just personify the Flat Earth Society. No, it's Jaren's friends have gone into a tailspin. The morons who bought into the false binary, the either or fallacy, their heads are spinning. The people who promoted a debunked idea of what the flat earth is, they're the ones who are in a tailspin. Their listeners, their supporters, they're the ones. People who can think, understand what this is. People who know how to use logic. Look at Joe Rogan. Look at his face just laughing. That's a hyena. Like I said earlier, things are great for you, Joe, I'm sure. I'm sure when you just buy into the beast system, your life really turns around. And then it doesn't matter if you're like 4 foot. Who cares? I don't want to height shame Joe, but what are we talking about here? And Jaren all giddy because Joe Rogan has his lighter. How did that even happen, by the way? You see what happens? You start playing ball with these people. Things start to happen for you. Calls are made, moves are made, connections are made. All of a sudden, magically, Joe Rogan has Jaren's lighter and he's all giddy about it.
they're saying they didn't really go to Antarctica.
Of course not.
They went to the Sphere in Vegas was one of the accusations. They did it at the Sphere in Vegas.
It is that
And
funny.
they were tracking it around.
And here's the
Sphere's
thing.
not that big.
I'm gonna Joe Rogan should be laughing at that. It's laughable. Because this is what the conversation has become. Not what the sun is, not the optics of the sky. Not that there is objectively an apparent sun intangible on a globe or whatever other flat earth model you want to look at. See, instead of having that discussion, they're having the Vegas sphere discussion, the Amazon studio discussion, the Dave Weiss plasma laser sun discussion. You guys played right into it. You're no better than any of these people. Anybody who's hoax-harding this thing, again, you're just supporting the false binary. You're basically playing right into their hands. When you say it's either a globe or the flat or this certain version of the flat Earth that you like, that's comfortable for you, you're just giving them exactly what they need, and this is what you get.
Big kids.
Yeah,
No, they can do anything in there, Joe. Just in real time, in 24-hour videos. You can have 360 cameras in there. Nobody would ever know. It's impossible because flat earthers are so dumb that they can't recognize that would be impossible.
well,
It's not that big.
The flat earthers are so dumb because they supported your ass for 10 years, Jaron. They paid for your lifestyle. You got balls, man. You gonna pay back the money, Jaron? Every donation, every super chat, every Patreon member. You gonna reimburse them as you sit here and call them dumb? You're a clown, dude.
I've
I
been
know.
there. There's seats everywhere. You would know you're there.
I don't know. They had a bad time. But yeah, that's been pretty wild. Talking of pyramids,
So that's basically it. If you want to check that out, it's on Joe Rogan Show. But if you guys went over there, if anybody's interested in seeing us and just said something, I don't know how to get a hold of Joe or get a hold of young Jamie, but I think in the comments, if you just put, hey, that'd be great to have them on. He was given my phone number and Duffy's phone number. So we will see where that goes. But I thought that was an interesting way to start the show.
Yes, we will see where that goes, certainly. Well, I'll be paying attention. You certainly have mine. What a joke, man. All right, let's get into this. All right, so a lot of you
All
guys,
rights reserved. We reserve.
a lot of you guys follow this channel. It's called Spacebusters. Interestingly enough, I haven't seen a lot of their content over the years. I know they existed. I checked them out, but they released a pretty interesting video maybe a couple weeks ago now. When did this come out? I don't know. And they addressed some anomalies in Antarctica regarding the sun. So they're going to go into it. So apparently, when the Spacebusters guy really looked at the numbers regarding sunrise, sunset, daylight time, period of the 24-hour sun, and solar noon, there were some major anomalies in relation to these military bases in Antarctica, which was a bunch of them, and their particular latitudes and longitudes. All right, so that's the gist of that. Now, there's a lot I agree with, and there's some stuff I don't agree with, and I'm going to play the important parts to highlight each, because this guy, again, is going to claim a model as he's making good point. This is my thing about models. It's the death blow to this community. You guys think you need to replace their bullshit story with your own bullshit story over and over again. Yeah, it might be a Gleason's map. That might be the geography. It might be an AE map. But it might not be. So why presuppose it? Why present it as the only option and try to squeeze your conception of the apparent sun within that? It's very limiting. But anyway, I don't want to make it seem like this was trash, because this is a pretty good video. So I want to get into it, and then I'll open the panel up afterwards.
All rights reserved. We reserve all rights. This is the globe map of the 46 main bases on the alleged continent of Antarctica. The 9 bases circled in red in the top left of the Antarctic Peninsula do not have any periods of 24-hour sunlight, and there are many more bases on that peninsula tip, all the same. The globe model says this is because they are too far north of, or just outside of, the circle of latitude that would constantly be facing the sun during the period of September 21st through March 23rd every year at the extreme South Pole, for example. Or,
You guys get it? There's 46 bases in Antarctica. It's a pretty big number. 9 of them are outside of the 24-hour sun region. It has to do with the latitude. So the vast majority fall within that, to varying degrees.
or from as short as only December 10th through January 3rd every year at the outermost or northernmost circle of latitude, due to the Earth's alleged 23-degree tilt, keeping those extreme and small southern circles of latitude constantly facing the sun during these months. Obviously, the 37 bases circled in yellow are all inside that latitude ring, which is why they have, or at least claim to have, various time periods of 24-hour sunlight every year in these months. As my friend Jerans said, who has actually recently been to one of those camps here at Union Glacier Station, and yes, they were there, despite all of the endless theories and conspiracy theories abound about whether they were really there or not, or whether the apparent 24-hour sun that they witnessed and filmed was real or advanced technological fakery. None of that has anything to do with the hard data and evidence presented in this film. Quote, so all will agree there are latitude lines on Earth, 90 degrees at the North Pole, then heading down 66 degrees at the North Circle, maybe 40 degrees at New York, 25 degrees in Miami, and 0 at the equator. Then down 20 degrees in mid-South America, 50 degrees at Punta Arenas, 66 at the Southern Circle, 79 at Union Glacier, and 90 degrees at the South Pole. What I realized is that if you move the latitude around the globe, the daylight hours never change. More impressive is that they all, without exception, remember that, match exactly their counterpart. Remember that. So if the daylight hours are 15 hours in New York, then every single place on that latitude all the way around the Earth is the exact same daylight on that day, unquote. Good. I'm glad you get that and agree. Because if we live on a globe, then what you said has to apply to the latitude circles in the Antarctic and South Pole as well.
It's so funny to hear Jerans' reasoning, or lack thereof, regarding this. I'm going to break it down really simply for anybody who's new. If they base the globe off optics, don't be surprised when optically the globe model matches. I don't know why this is so hard for some people. Yeah, okay. So if the latitudes work, that's what they're based off of. This is such a simple concept. And again, Jaron knows this. Jaron's taking you all for a ride, everybody.
So one station on the exact same latitude line as any other station there has to have not only the exact same daylight time, but also the exact same length of days for a 24-hour sun. Because as you said, every single place on that latitude all the way around the Earth is the exact same daylight on that day. That means one station here cannot be having 5 extra days of a 24-hour sun daylight, while the exact opposite is not also having the exact same 24-hour sun daylight for those same 5 days. And if that's not only not happening, as Jaron says, it has to happen on the globe for all Antarctic bases on the same exact latitude, either around and across from each other. But that's not even happening either for the bases only 50 to 170 miles away from each other on both the same latitude and even nearly the same longitude, which, as you'll see, is the case. Then Houston, we have a problem.
You see what he's saying, guys? The sun doesn't match up based on the model they're giving you. Whatever Antarctica is, they're reporting certain solar observations that don't match the model. Again, what does it prove? Well, it proves that their model can't be correct.
As my brother Jerans said in his own words, and I love you, brother, if you map the Earth on a sphere, then every sunrise time and angle is predicted and explained and accounted for every single location there is on Earth.
That's not true, by the way. That's not even true. Jaron's just saying it. Jaron knows it's not true because I showed him on his channel to his face that it's not true. All you have to do is look at the sunrise and sunset angles on the equinox days, whether it's the autumnal equinox or the vernal equinox. They debunk any model, especially a globe. The sun rises at 90 degrees azimuth off of north and sets at 207 degrees azimuth on all locations, barring the extreme north and extreme south that we can't even go to. Really. So that's untrue right there. When he says every sunrise and sunset time and angle is predicted and explained and accounted for on the globe, that's not true. Things get a little bit more uniform around noon. The same with their simplified flat Earth map over the Gleasons. Works pretty good for noon. Not sunrise and sunset.
The entire globe and all places on it. and for every day for the entire year and years into the future. Which means in record time, since only just over 1 month ago in Antarctica, Jaron must have double-checked every single location there is on Earth, which even a supercomputer couldn't easily do in a month, if at all, to be sure of this statement, even though only 3 short sentences later he admits, I will say I came to this realization. It would be impossible, straight up impossible, for them to map every location on Earth and correctly account for sunrise and sunset on any model at all, unless it were the truth. So the sphere Earth is the truth, and no one has ever been able to correctly map this place at all unless they place us on a sphere. The only place it still works visually from the ground, but doesn't work trying to computer map base locations, is on the alleged globe map of Antarctica, because Antarctica is a giant ice ring on the Gleason map, and the bases would actually be scattered around parts of it. And as
Is Antarctica? That's a claim there. Antarctica is a giant ice ring around the Gleason's map. Again, here's Spacebuster. I think his name's Steve. He just wants to claim what Antarctica is. Why, Steve? Do you know what Antarctica is? Of course you don't. You're simply playing in to the same either-or fallacy that you're claiming Jaren is falling into. This is your either-or fallacy. You think it either has to be a globe or the Gleason's map. It's simply not true. Is it likely the Gleason's map? I don't know. Is it likely this azimuthal equidistant project? This is a projection, everybody. That's what a map is. It's a representation. That's why it's called a projection. It's a gridded representation of the world expressed in longitude and latitude lines. There's all kinds of projections. There's Mercator projections. Again, this is called the azimuthal equidistant projection. This doesn't make it de facto reality. When you posit this as the only option for the flat Earth, and if you call this the flat Earth map, you're making a claim. A claim that once debunked shows the world the quote-unquote impossibility of the flat Earth. This is what Jerans presenting. That's why he categorized his sun observation in Antarctica as mutually exclusive. Because to have a mutually exclusive observation, you have to have this false binary. So, Steve, as you're claiming that Jaren's falling into a either-or fallacy, you're committing the same one.
And as you'll see, the globe software clearly doesn't work even remotely accurately on Antarctica either, as Jaren claims. Again, this is not to troll my friend Jaren. He is honestly asking for an explanation and not name-calling, and that's what this film is. Quote, he found evidence today that cannot be explained in my mind. That doesn't mean, Jaren, it can't be explained. That's called Plato's cave, or an either-or logical fallacy. If your mind can only comprehend option A or B, but the reality lies within options C through Z, you have to choose one false reality, A or B, over another because your mind has not examined the other options, C through Z, and your ego cannot simply say, undetermined at this point. I don't know for certain yet. I'm still searching. Suspiciously, there are only 2 major online sources to consult when checking the dates the alleged 24-hour sun periods stop and start at these bases, length of days on the days just before and after, sunrise and sunset times on those days, and solar noontime for these bases on Antarctica. They are timeanddate.com and dateandtime.info. To save this film from being 8 hours long, I've spent 2 weeks putting it all into spreadsheets rather than showing you 400 screenshot comparisons. I have dozens more examples of this and other smoking guns that the whole thing is a blatant made-up fiction. In fact, there isn't a single instance where any of these match up and make sense. But there are always those kinds of people who just don't get it. Meanwhile, the Vapegate crowd...
My brother is named Bilo. He is a retard with a small head and 200 teeth. Bilo! His son is named Boltok.
I may be taking the piss out of my friend Jaren for fun.
You know, he makes a good point. It's the same point I've been making. It's a red herring and a distracting argument to talk about Vapegate. Did Austin lie? Yeah, he lied. It's obvious. What does that have to do with anything here? As you all talk about Vapegate and you want to run this thing through AI, I don't know, software to see what is fake and what's not. You're just missing the point here. And again, we're going to have to do a final experiment, part 2, where Duffy takes all your asses down there. Would you go? Flatsoid, would you go? Sov Dave, would you go? Who else? Rusted Soul, would you go? King Nico, on and on. Eddie Banjo. Then what would you say? I don't know how to say it to you guys any clearer. You're doing no service to this so-called community whatsoever. Fine, you're going to say what you're going to say. At least this guy's making a point. Okay, let's talk about this natural phenomenon. What's the big deal? Are you so scared to let go of your belief system? Your assumptions? You want it to be what you thought it was? You don't want to be wrong? So what happens? As they continue to debunk your Hebrew cosmology, your simplistic understanding of a circling sun over a monopole, are you just willing to ride that bus right off the cliff? Take us all with you? There's an obvious split in this community regarding this topic, and I assure you, the ones who want to continue to hoax this observation, your argument will not age well. It simply will not. Now, some of us came to this understanding early. Some of us are starting to come to this understanding more over time. Some people are agnostic. But again, I assure you, this argument will not hold. You want to vilify Duffy. You want to focus on all the wrong things. You're missing the point. You're missing an opportunity to contribute to this conversation, to add your value, your mind. What does this mean? What is the sky? What are the luminaries?
Who, in fairness, asked for it. But don't mistake me for a second. My opinion is that he and Austin are not shills. I can't speak for Bilo, the retard's son, Botok the rapist, Will Duffy here in the middle. I don't know him. But they did not fake anything and really saw what they...
Look, for those asking for the StreamYard link, I'm going to drop it in a little bit, okay? When I open the panel up, I open the panel. So just stand by.
...believed to be a 24-hour sun in Union Glacier. Our opinion is that they really could have seen what would appear to be a 24-hour sun in Union Glacier at a purposely chosen time of year and position on the ice wall on the real metaphysical flat Earth, quite different from the current accepted but incorrect Jesuit Newtonian physics-based flat Earth model, incorrectly depicting the misunderstood luminary paths above our head.
Let me play that
My
again.
buddy Dave White's opinion is that they really could have seen what would appear to be a 24-hour sun in Union Glacier at a purposely chosen time of year and position on the ice wall on the real metaphysical flat Earth, quite different from the current accepted but incorrect Jesuit Newtonian physics-based flat Earth model, incorrectly
Accepted but incorrect Jesuit-based Newtonian flat Earth model. Oh, you mean like your buddy Dave? Are you going to mention right after this? Dave Weiss and his app have been propping up that little sun and that little moon just going around the Earth like a clock. Jesuit Newtonian. Yeah, that's what I've been saying, Steve, for a long time. And others like me. I'm not going to take credit for it. I've just been particularly vocal about this. A bunch of people made themselves so-called leaders of whatever this community is, and they branded a version of flat Earth and presented it because it was easy. It was simple. Simple minds love simple things. That's what this was. Oh, don't you know, everybody? It's just the sun and it just goes around. Just like the globe's just instead of, us like rotating, it's the sun rotating around in a circle. Easy. Easy peasy, right? Oh, until it's falsified, until it's debunked through evidence and observation. If one doesn't have an understanding of the optics of the sky, the illusory optics of the sky, one can never get a grasp of this. You must understand this. The luminaries are intangible. and they present themselves as apparent, which means that they cannot be triangulated. It's a very simple concept. It cannot be mentioned enough. Three people standing in diverse locations cannot point up to the same luminary and be pointing at a genuine physical object. It cannot be. Again, if you want to see the most extreme examples, look at solar and other luminary observations on the equinoxes and the solstices. We can get into it more if you want. If anybody wants to come up and talk about it, they can. Jerans just claims the sunrise and sunset angles work on a globe. I assure you they do not. The optics of the sky escape comprehension. We look up, we see in a very particular way. The way we see lends itself to a hemispheric landscape. It's easy just to say, well, that makes us on a globe. Yeah. It looks like a globe if you ignore perspective. If you ignore everything that we know about optics, you can say it's a globe. The reality is the globe and the heliocentric model are physically impossible. I'll say it every stream if I have to, 10 times. It's physically impossible. There's nothing about optics that can overrule the physical world. Once something is physically impossible, that's it. It's no longer on the table as an explanation.
Depicting the misunderstood luminary paths above our head. My buddy Dave Weiss and Marty Leeds have good evidence and reason to believe the 24-hour sun they all saw was modern, holographic technological fakery, and Austin and Jerans were just unwitting dupes. Both opinions are just our opinions, speculation and conjecture. But what I'm showing you in this film...
So why do you gotta suck off Weiss here? See, this is the other thing about this community. So you're just gonna let Dave slide? Here's the thing, Steven, Spacebusters, if you hear this. You know Weiss is bullshit with his laser plasma sun. You just mentioned how bullshit his model is. As you called it like a Newtonian Jesuit, whatever you called it. But yet you have to give him deference for why? You're going to bend the knee to Weiss? Because of what? Are you listening, Weiss? Like I said, David, you should listen to every stream that I do. Because I'm holding a mirror up to your face that nobody else seems to want to do. The mirror that's calling you out as the fraudulent shyster that you are. So Steve's going to suck you off here and say, yeah, it could be a laser plasma sun. Steve, you know that's a joke. But yet you're going to present that because you're friends with Marty and Dave. Call it what it is. Have some balls, everybody. What, Dave's not going to be your friend? He's not going to highlight your dumb channel on his app? You think that really matters? Bunch of clout chasers. You're all pathetic.
Is that the official data I'm presenting here is solid proof that this map and model is too impossible to be actual reality, or at least just one of the 46 bases in the alleged 24-hour sun zone would match up with at least itself and or another one at least once, but none of them do, ever. On the globe model, because of the alleged tilt of the Earth, in the months between September through March, the closer you are to the alleged South Pole or dead bottom of the alleged globe, you should be having longer date periods of alleged 24-hour sun. Then the length of days you have just before and after that period should be longer than those bases farther north or up the globe towards the equator and north of the South Pole, and the sunrise and sunset times should be earlier and later from solar noon on the same longitude, since the day lengths should be longer. If this is not the case, which you'll see it is not, then we cannot live on a globe with an Antarctic continent, period. They are lying about these base locations and times because they are really scattered along an ice wall and not where and when they claim they are located on their fake globe model.
Again, either or fallacy much, Steve, that you called Jerans out on? Look, you're making great points. And again, this Gleason's projection that you're showing me may be the geography of this world, but you claim it as fact.
Nicole Murphy and I covered in detail for over an hour in our talk on the secret sacred laws of the luminaries and the 24-hour Antarctic sun explained several ways how a cold, apparent but not real 24-hour circling sun could absolutely appear at a certain Goldilocks sweet spot zone along the entire near inner ice wall, not too close to the farthest outer edge of the wall and not too far in on the giant ice peninsula, but right where all of these bases are on the coastline, claiming to have real apparent 24-hour sun phenomenon some of the year. We expected the Globers to ignore it, but the silence from the flat earth community has been deafening. Where you at, Jaron and Austin? You asked for explanations. We gave them in detail.
Well, I'm here talking about it, Steve. I'm not silent about it. Like you said, they could talk about Vapegate. They can talk about Amazon Studios and the Vegas Dome. And Joe Rogan could just laugh at them. They could talk about glaciers and monochromed skies and CGI. Okay, fine. They could talk. I'm not talking about it. I'm presenting your video here. Yeah, I'm critiquing you, but at least you're making sense, Steve, from Spacebusters. Go sub to Spacebusters if you haven't. I'm giving you credit where credit's due. You're acknowledging the intangible nature of the luminaries. You're at least giving proof of concept. I'll give it to you. I understand what you're doing. But I will not abide as you sit here and claim the Gleason's map as the de facto flat earth map, and you basically suck off Weiss. Come on, dude. Do better.
As for the alleged final experiment, which needs to be strictly controlled of all variables to even call it an experiment and not just weekend at Bernie's igloo, okay, 6 people were told they were dropped here at one base, Union Glacier, conveniently missing from online sunrise, sunset, and 24-hour sun websites. To my knowledge, they did no type of control to prove they weren't actually dropped here in what we contend is a possible 24-hour sun sweet spot. As light is nothing more than a sound wave vibrating in the ether, the source of that sound wave can be non-local to Union Glacier.
All right, so he didn't have to go in. As light is nothing more than a sound wave vibrating in the ether. Okay. That's your belief. You adhere to that. You could have just kept it with light. We know light is a frequency. I don't know many people that would dispute that. But you say light is sound in the ether. I understand the analogy. It may even be literal. You're going to quote Tesla. But you're conflating light and sound. You're confusing the thing here. I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure how many people are going to really be able to bite into the light is sound vibrating through the ether thing. But again, I digress.
Again, Jaron, not Austin, is also using the either-or logical fallacy to draw a fallacious conclusion of opinion, not based in actual fact, which is not how scientific experiments and sound logical reasoning.
Right, like Sean Alke says, he makes a lot of unverified claims. Exactly. Like by just positing as axiomatic what light is, that it's sound vibrating through the ether, it detracts from the argument. And like Sean said, it's an unverified claim. Just like that Gleason's model. As you're conflating maps and models and presenting that as de facto reality and the only option of what this Earth could be other than a globe. It's so limiting. It's a new type of dogma, a new orthodoxy that's developing that we must break. The reality is we don't know what this place is. We can't know. It's beyond our understanding. The lies give it away. That's all you need really to understand. You don't need to make claims. I get it. You can present things as proof of concept. But to make consistent, unsubstantiated, unverified claims is probably not the way to go.
Reasoning work. He saw what he thought was a 24-hour space fireball sun circling his head, ignoring the obvious reason it can't be, which we'll get to. And since this ridiculous Jesuit Newtonian hybrid flat earth model doesn't and can't explain it, and I agree.
This Jesuit Newtonian hybrid flat earth model. Is he really kicking Dave in the balls here as he's pandering to him at the same time? Because he's right. That flat earth model is no different than the globe. It's a bunch of people trying to tell you what this world is. Because reasons. Because it benefits them to do so. They're not going to tell you the things that falsify. I've said this a million times. Weiss and company were shown falsifications of their simplistic model years and years ago. From the very beginning, people have shown me proof since 2016 that these guys have been presented with falsifications. They ignored every single one of them, vilified and smeared those bringing this information. Why? So we have to have a new thing? Get a bunch of flat earthers teaching their kids this? It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. The sunrise and sunset angles don't match. The times of day don't match. It doesn't work. This world is much more complicated than we could ever even imagine. This is a joke. You people who don't want to let this go, you have to move on. This is way simplified. Again, this world might be this projection, and it might not be. You can't claim it as fact. The heavens may circle above a monopole, but you can't claim it as fact.
Agree with him 1000% that is true, then he thinks it has to be this equally ridiculous globe model, which he spent 10 years debunking thoroughly on the air. That's the either or fallacy. If it can't be option A, it must be option B. Again, Dave Weiss and Marty Leeds showed there is both motivation, financing, and long available technology to easily fake this. That is option C. There is option D, that he really did see an apparent cold circling ball of light spinning around his head that the mystery schools, ancients, and Freemasons call an apparent sun or the second sun, which
an apparent sun, cold circling apparent light. I can't get over that he keeps pandering to Weiss and Leeds. See, you see the compromise in these people. It's no small thing that he's doing that. It's not. It detracts from the argument that he's making here. Let's repeat that last part again, though. I don't want to overlook the good parts of his presentation. Get stuck on Weiss.
an apparent cold circling ball of light spinning around his head that the mystery schools, ancients, and Freemasons call an apparent sun or the second sun, which can happen in certain locations when acoustic waves from the source sun way up high in the toroidal field, remember light is just sound vibrations collapsing the ether, which then sends vibrations bouncing down in 3D around the parabolic toroidal field, and they meet at certain sweet spots, creating the other end of those vibrational waves as a visible apparent cold light. This is no different than TV, radio, and satellite dishes work when they use parabolic reflection. You wouldn't say the Kardashians are physically living and behaving like retards right there in that dish receiver hooked up to the coaxial cable leading to your TV. They are in a studio too far away for you to see them, being transmitted through vibrational waves from a tower or a satelloon to your dish that bounce off the back of the dish and meet at a sweet spot right there and recreate apparent Kardashians for you to watch. They're not real, but they look real to you. But their source signal isn't moving around in a giant circle. The distant television tower is dead still, and your dish has only one small parabolic side, so there is only one sweet spot where all the waves meet. In a toroidal field, the source sunlight, or vibrational frequency transmitter, or beginning of the frequency wave, is moving around and has an enclosed 3D toroidal donut shape to bounce those frequency vibration waves off in all directions. So whereas the radio dish has only one still sweet spot, the signals can all come back together at to give you an apparent TV or radio station in your coaxial cable, there could be multiple spots all the way around the 3D circular donut shape that will each have an apparent circling reflection point, since the source frequency wave generator, or sun, is circling above and the source is coming from inside the parabolic donut, not from far away outside like a radio dish. Just like all these houses can get the same apparent Kardashian show in their living rooms despite not all being in the exact same place. Think of a stadium rock concert. The guitarist and amp are on a raised stage in the middle of the stadium. The little 4-foot guitar amp is the single source frequency wave generator that can be heard by everyone anywhere in the stadium at the exact same time at any location in that stadium, but it changes in wave amplitude and character and sounds less intense as you get incrementally farther away, and it's too intense and painful to listen to if you're standing front row right in front of the speakers amplifying that guitar amp. Now think of the source sun frequency wave generator circling up top in the red as the guitar amp, the toroidal field around it all as the stadium, and the firmament flat earth plane of inertia in the middle as where everyone is standing listening to the concert. In that stadium, there might be a dozen different bathrooms marked as red dots, scattered in a circle around the outer perimeter in the hallways, and even though the band and guitarist are on the big orange stage in the middle, everyone taking a piss in all dozen of those bathrooms can still hear a less intense version of that same exact source guitar amp at the exact same time as each other, despite not being able to see the stage and being in a dozen totally different locations around the stadium. That's how sound waves work. And since light is just different frequencies of sound waves vibrating the ether and causing local illumination, now think of the ice wall as bathrooms all the way around the stadium and the real source sun way up high as the guitar amp on stage, far out of actual human sight capability and maybe even too intense and invisible for the human eye frequency band to see. Just like we can't hear dog whistles, but our dog's reactions confirm to us the whistle frequencies are real and there. Not a single person taking a piss in any of those dozen bathrooms would claim that since they can hear a portion of the sound wave of the guitarist's guitar amp in that bathroom, that is proof that the guitar amp itself must be right there in the bathroom, close and local, and not out on stage in the middle of the stadium. Because that would sound like,
My brother is named Bilo. He is a retard with a small head.
So when we marry that with parabolic reflection, that TV receiver has to be right exactly there if it wants to recreate an apparent Kardashian.
Like some people are saying like word salad and things like that. He's going out of his way to fit his his concept of, he's trying to explain how this would work in his concept of what the earth is. So he has to do these like acrobatics to make this 24-hour sun phenomenon fit within the Gleason's map. You know, I'll give him credit that he's at least providing proof of a concept, but it evidences the fallacy in doing so, because as somebody said earlier, it's a bunch of unsubstantiated claims. This is all speculation. This is all circumstantial. There's no real meat to it. So he started the video off by basically showing how the sunrise, sunset angles, 24-hour periods, solar noon, day lengths don't match up. But then he's going to have to tell you why and why they saw the sun. You know, again, maybe we should laud this some way. At least he's trying. At least he's not talking about Vapegate. But again, how valuable is this really? And is it not just enough to say, hey, look, the sun is apparent and intangible. We don't know what it is. The heavens can't be measured. They can only be observed. Is this too much, really? I don't know.
Show on your TV. If that receiver is any closer to the dish or any bit farther away, or even a few millimeters too far left or right of dead center of that dish and that exact distance from the dish, it won't work at all. Or if it's off by just a tiny bit of millimeters in any direction, it gets some of the signal but has distortions, like you get when you use spherical mirror shape reflection instead of parabolic shapes. That's why we don't use perfectly round spheres for our TV and radio dishes. They leave this weird football-shaped distortion. Instead, we use parabolic shapes, more like an oblique spheroid donut shape based on a toroidal field, because they have a nice crisp reflection point, so long as the source frequency isn't moving. Many people have pointed out the sun often turned into a squished oval American football shape in the 24-hour sun time-lapse footage they took in Antarctica. Obviously, that can't happen to a giant Jesuit space fireball 93 million miles away, so they are stuck trying to physically explain it away as some kind of camera distortion or digital rendering problem, because their brains can't think metaphysically that it may be distortions in the apparent sun wave, since the source sun above is moving. It is even more distorted and obvious on the video footage on the left that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, claiming to be taken by someone a few years earlier, but for some reason nobody could find until now.
This interesting point he's making is that these anomalies that were noted with the sun shape in Antarctica, and he's relating to the apparent nature of the sun. So I thought that was a good point, because he's not trying to squeeze it into some type of model. So I'm trying to take the good, like, take the meat, leave the bones type of thing with these guys, because it's hard to sift through their agenda. It's hard to ignore that he's blowing Weiss did this whole thing. And he's trying to do acrobatics to make his explanation fit inside the Gleason's model. But he makes a fair point here with the distortion of the sun. He's going to even make more regarding the temperature. Somebody says, be easy on him, Z. He's doing a good job. I'm not saying he is doing a good job. Look, he's doing a better job than 99.9% of the people. Look, Steve, if you hear this, come talk to me. You and I have a lot in common. But I'm going to give you a critique. This is what I do here. I calls it like I sees it. I have no allegiances with anybody. My allegiance is with the truth, what I see as the truth. I like it that way. That's comfortable for me. I like being a free agent and an independent operator. If Steve's a big boy, which I'm sure he is, he'll come and he'll talk about this. He needs to be critiqued. It's probably cringy for him to sit here and bend the knee to Dave. I'm giving him permission to not do it. Let him know there's other platforms. Okay, yeah, I got a small channel, whatever. We'll see what the future brings. We saw what happened to Jerans. We saw what happened to Witts. We watched these T.F.E gatekeepers topple one by one by one. What, you think Dave's not going to be next? Much love, Dave. I don't know what you're doing. I kind of have a feeling you're watching all my stuff. You know your cronies keep using my talking points over and over again, so it'd be a pretty big coincidence if you weren't. But I'm sure Steve's a big boy. I'm going to give Steve credit where credit's due, and I'm going to give him criticism where that's due. The point he's making here about the sun, how it presents, and its apparent nature, I think is very valuable.
When you put it in negative, it's very obvious. The same phenomenon is happening. And because neither of their Jesuit Newtonian materialism models can account for a giant space fireball suddenly squishing into a blob 2 or 2.5 times wider than it normally is, they have no choice but to fall back into either or logical fallacy thinking. It's either the camera digital rendering doing that, or it's some kind of atmospheric mirage, even though clearly neither of those happen when people film the 24-hour summer sun in the north of Sweden, Finland, Lapland, even though the atmosphere has more humidity there to distort vision. It must seem like magic to them, so they just don't address this obvious problem. Do you see a giant squishy blob in the northern summer 24-hour sun? This fallacious thinking also stops their brain from asking the obvious next logical question. If that really is a giant magic space fireball on either model, how is it that the Lapland cities like Longyearbyen on Norway's Svalbard Island and the rest are all having their hottest and most humid months of the year during their months of 24-hour summer sun from June 21st through mid-August up to 10 degrees Celsius, which is 50 degrees Fahrenheit?
Hear what he's saying, everybody. So not only does the appearance of the sun differ in the south compared to the north, but there is a vast difference in the temperature. And an equivalent latitude in the north, it's 50 degrees during the summer. We saw Austin, Jerans, and the crew in Antarctica at this latitude in the southern region. And it was like in the teens and 20s at the most. That is a big difference. It's a huge difference. We're not talking about a few degrees. We're talking about a temperate climate versus a below freezing climate at equivalent latitudes. Why is the South so cold compared to the North? Somebody asked me that last show. I said, I don't know. Well, Steve's trying to tell you what he thinks. It's not a bad idea.
Even though it's below freezing or just above the rest of the year. And pay attention, they're allegedly on 78.13 degrees northern latitude. Yet Jerans and crew are standing down in Union Glacier in December under their alleged 24-hour summer sun on the exact same alleged latitude ring as Kunlun Station, 80.2 degrees south latitude, so nearly identical to their northern Longyearbyen Svalbard counterpart. Union Glacier and Kunlun allegedly already having a 24-hour sun since a month earlier on November 21st, yet after a month of 24-hour sun, it's not 10 degrees Celsius or 50 Fahrenheit on Union Glacier like it is in their northern long-year Button's twin counterpart in their summer. Jeran and crew are freezing their asses off in -4 to -6 Celsius or 21 to 24 degrees Fahrenheit, well below freezing. The globe model says, yeah, there's Svalbard at 78 degrees northern latitude, and there's Union Glacier at nearly identical 80 degrees south latitude. And since Svalbard is allegedly tilted towards the sun in its summer, that's why it is having 10 degrees Celsius, 50 degree Fahrenheit weather and a 24-hour sun instead of below freezing like usual, and also why it is having 76% humidity, as evaporating water and ice from heat causes humidity. Paradoxically, when its latitude twin Union Glacier allegedly faces the exact same alleged space fireball for its summer and alleged months of 24-hour sun, that fireball doesn't heat them up at all. It keeps them well below freezing and magically never melts any ice or snow. While the North gets 76% humidity, when the retards were all screaming about Vapegate, as Jeran rightly explained, you can't see your breath in Antarctica because there is 0.0023% humidity, not 76%. One would think any rational person would put this all together and start to question if they are seeing a metaphysical electromagnetic light phenomenon or even fake technology, since either way, it defies all attributes of a physical space fireball, but apparently not. Remember, Jeran has made the claims, not me, so I don't have to prove anything. I just have to disprove his. His first claim that the Earth must be a globe because it's the only way this globe software can so accurately predict sunrise, sunset times, day lengths, etc., has already been destroyed and will be slam dunk flushed down the toilet shortly with even more undeniable proof. His second claim is that seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica can only happen on a globe, which Dave Weiss and Marty Leeds have shown can be faked. So that alone destroys Jeran's claim. Whether that sun was faked or not, it is a real possibility that must be explored and debunked before Jeran's claim has any validity. And I will show you that a 24-hour sun is absolutely possible in certain areas on a flat plane of inertia inside a metaphysical toroidal field at certain times of the year, which also destroys Jeran's baseless claim that it can only happen on a globe. Whether what I propose is actually happening or not, it is a real possibility, which must be further researched and disproven before it can be taken off the table and any validity given to Jeran's second baseless claim. So an airplane drops 6 or so people off here, and they see and film what looks like a 24-hour circling summer sun that magically doesn't melt ice or snow or cause humidity like its northern counterpart, and they have no clue if here is here or if here is really here. Just like channel apparent but not real source Kardashians will never turn up anywhere in this dish except this sweet spot right here, the apparent circling sun source wave frequencies will never appear anywhere else off the toroidal field than here, not here and not further out here. So if Union Glacier is really here, they could see the apparent sun circling around them overhead because its source frequency transmitter or real sun is circling overhead. And the waves are focusing now off of a 3-dimensional toroidal donut dish, not a little partial one-sided dish off your roof like the Kardashians with a non-circling transmitter tower. But even these are just oversimplified 2-dimensional cross-representations of wave behavior. A toroidal field is 3-dimensional, so Union Glacier here could be seen rather like this. Think of them being dropped off here, or there, because since the toroidal field is an enclosed 360-degree parabolic donut-shaped TV dish, and the transmitting source frequency is circling inside the dish, not a stationary tower far away, the same exact wave signal could possibly appear anywhere and everywhere in that sweet spot around the dish, simultaneously at the exact same time and sweet spot location all around an ice wall. No different than everyone in every bathroom around the Rock Stadium, still getting to hear the apparent end of the guitar amp wave frequency, but not the actual guitar amp source frequency itself at the exact same time. Just because the amp isn't in the bathroom next to you doesn't mean you can't experience it. Again, this is not to make any claim that this is what is actually going on. That might not be what's happening at all. It is only to show that we can observe this kind of phenomenon in various cymatic experiments and techniques using things like cymoscopes, where audible sound waves make visible light in water mediums via their vibrations, as do experiments like the famous star in the jar. So again, one cannot claim a 24-hour sun in one spot in Antarctica can only be explained by the globe model. This is a very real and repeatable phenomenon that would have to be studied and debunked, just like the possibility this was faked with plasma technology, before moving on to any such claim. And let me clarify, because astute minds and even Jeran will rightly say, well, why is it that these latitude day lengths are matching up elsewhere on the Earth but not Antarctica? Obviously, Jaren did not go physically double check those day lengths with his own eyes and a clock to verify it's not just software filling in predictive latitude calculations via GPS coordinates. But let's say they are correct. It's simple. Because once you understand the paths and changing altitudes of the luminaries going around the latitude circles between the tropics, the sun raising 1 degree per day up the Christmas tree vortex for 6 months from Capricorn to Cancer and lowering 1 degree per day on the way back out, and the moon doing 13.22 degrees up per day for 14 days a month and down for 14 days, it's true. No matter which ring the apparent sun's wave is traveling around between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, anywhere else on any point around that same ring should experience the same. This does not
Boy, we are really getting a lesson in the whole. This is like the next level of the Gleason's model. This is like the Weiss model on steroids. Look, Weiss, you should pay attention to Steve. If you're going to be sticking with the whole circling sun over the monopole, like if you really can't let it go, it's time for you to incorporate this type of information into it. Like, I don't know what that would take to change like the graphic user interface of your app or whatever to put in the whole like Christmas tree thing, like he said. Again, these are good concepts. Here's the thing about theories. You know, theories is what got us to a globe. You can theorize a globe. You can look in the sky and say, oh, look, okay, I think a solar, a lunar eclipse is the sun getting in the way of the, between the sun and the moon. You could say, okay, well, I think we're orbiting the sun along with all the other so-called planets, and that we're just a planet. You could theorize that. You theorize a lot of things. Unless it's proven through empirical evidence, it's only just a theory. It's a thought. It's a good idea. It's really cool. That's what this is. It's a good idea. It's really cool. Does this appeal to me? Yes, it does. I'd like to think of the luminaries in this way, migrating between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn over the year, moving up in some toroidal hyperboloid, a parabolic reflection, creating an apparent sun around the perimeter ice wall. That's a great story. Can it be proven? I don't know. But to claim it as fact, I think we have an issue there. I presented this because I thought it was at least interesting. I'll probably present more from Spacebusters. At least he's giving an argument that is somewhat reasonable within their model. Again, within their model. But again, does their argument make their model reality? I'm not sure.
Not require or prove a globe. It happens the exact same on the flat Earth map, and software can also be made using these same angular calculations on a flat Earth map. We know which rings they are on based on which days because our entire Gregorian calendar is set up around the cardinal point solstices and equinoxes on the zodiac, and we celebrate holidays there to remind us they never change. And even on the flat Earth system, this should be happening for these Antarctic bases allegedly on the same latitude lines as each other, yet they are not reporting the same. So the question is that because they are squeezing them onto a completely fictional round continent that doesn't exist in reality? What happens in latitude doesn't stay in latitude in Antarctica, apparently. Jaren claims that if you move the latitude around the globe, the daylight hours never change. More impressive is that they, quote, all without exception match exactly their counterpart. False. We have shown without exception, not even a single one in Antarctica matches its latitude counterpart in not only day length, but even if the sun is allegedly up all day that day or not. Jaren used one software that he played around on for a few hours and saw that locations on same latitudes have identical properties on that Andrew Marsh model. Great, except you have to check it against other programs and sites to see if they match as well.
I like this comment from Oliver. It says, if we could explore the Arctic and Antarctic independently, we wouldn't need theories. And that's a great point. Because if you're to map anything, if you're to really model anything with any degree of accuracy, you need as much information as you can get. If there's no independent exploration of these areas, we're stuck with what the authorities are giving us. Do you trust the government? That's basically what Jerans doing. and Melaglobe and Rose and down the line, these people that flipped. They're just basically saying now, we trust the government. Their credibility's shot. It's not even an analogy, it's literal. You're saying that the authorities are giving me information. I don't really need to independently verify it myself. You're going to cling to an observation in the South, as you call it, mutually exclusive, and you're going to confirm your bias. You're basically just doing an appeal to consensus because it's easy. It's an easier place to be. Hell, I might even get you on Joe Rogan.
Well, Jaron claims that if you map the Earth on a sphere, then every sunrise and sunset time and angle is predicted and explained and accounted for every single location there is, the entire globe, and all places on it.
Let me just this comment from Jones the Cat. Says, the heliocentric globe model is the only one that works simply with the 24-hour sun. Yeah. If you base a model off the optics of the sky, don't be surprised when the model matches the optics of the sky. The point is that the globe and heliocentric model is physically impossible as it relates to this reality based on practical demonstration and applied physics. We can't live on a convexing globe that's rotating at a tangential velocity of over 1,000 miles an hour at the equator as it orbits the sun in an elliptical path at, what do they say, 66,000 miles an hour? Again, in an ellipse. They tell you that there's this thing called gravity based on Einstein's 1915 theory of general relativity, and that space and time warp and bend, and that pulls physical objects in. How does that work? If you're familiar with something called the three-body problem, you know that that can't exist and that cannot be our reality. If you have a bunch of warping and bending space-time, how can you have the perfect synchrony that we see with the luminaries? Meaning to say, as we approach Venus, how are we not sucking Venus in? How does it not throw Venus off its orbit? How does Venus not pull our moon out of its orbit when it comes into its conjunction with us? Do you understand? It doesn't work. It's impossible. The reality that they're presenting is impossible. The physics that they're presenting doesn't work. That's why it's called theoretical physics. It only works in your mind. If you look at applied physics, the actual world, physical world that we inhabit, you find that their model cannot be reality. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. How can gravity overcome inertia? Or I should say, how can gravity overcome momentum? You know, the momentum of the rotating Earth? If the Earth rotates at different degrees and speeds, or I should say different speeds depending on your location. What do you mean, Z? What do you mean, Z? What I mean is, how does gravity overcome 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and 0 miles an hour at the pole? I want you to think about this. If Jaron and Austin and all these military bases are basically at 80 degrees latitude, and all these spaces north, 80 degrees north latitude, Jaron said if he wanted to, he could have made his way to the physical South Pole that he thinks exists. Okay. That'd be 90 degrees latitude. That'd be right on the axis of the Earth. There'd be no spin whatsoever. So how does the same gravity that overcomes the momentum of 1,000 miles an hour at the equator work when it's 0? It doesn't make sense. These are simple things. Overlooked, hand waved, dismissed by most, as most of this community wants to argue optics, continually say we see too far over and over again. They're ignoring what we can prove physically. So you can tell me over and over and over again that the globe is the only thing that works, simply because you want simple answers, because you're very likely a simple person looking to organize your world and categorize it, put your beliefs, what you adhere to, on a little shelf. That way you don't have to think about it anymore. It's just a globe. You don't have to have whatever type of intellectual or cognitive turmoil or dissonance comes from exploring your world, questioning your world, challenging what you're taught. You could just simplify it. Believe what they tell you. Oh, spheres are the only thing that simply explains a 24-hour sun. Of course, because that globe was based on the optics of the sky. It's very simple. There's a big problem with that model. For the Earth to be existing in a solar system, it has to rotate and orbit the sun. See, that's a problem. It means we have to be moving in a rotation and in an orbit. It means that oceans have to convex, which means curve, around a giant space rock to the tune of 24,901 miles in circumference. You see, that's physically impossible. All evidence shows that that's impossible. The reality that we live in shows that that can't be. You can claim the optics of the sky all you want. It makes no difference.
The globe predicts this with 100% accuracy, and no one has ever been able to correctly map this place unless they place us.
Yeah, how is speed irrelevant? Jones the cat says speed is irrelevant. It's 15 degrees per hour. How is speed irrelevant? Let me ask you, what's the speed at the pole where Jerran was? And he said he could have got to. If they gave him, I don't know, like a couple of dogs and a sled. How many blunts would it take Jerran to get to the South Pole? That's what I'm wondering. Anyway, can you tell me the speed that you'd be moving at the South Pole? You tell me it's irrelevant? Really, please explain it to me. Have you ever been on a merry-go-round? Or even better, when I was a kid, I used to go to the carnival, right? We used to have a carnival in town, and they had a ride called the Gravitron. Does anybody remember the Gravitron? I do. You got in it, and it spun really fast, and what happened? You stuck to the outside walls. You couldn't even move when they cranked it up. But the funny part is, there was a guy who ran the thing. He was sitting at the center, the very center of it. He didn't move anywhere. He was just fine. He wasn't even nauseous. He was in it all day long. You know why? Because the speed matters. That gravitron was turning, let's say it was turning X amount of degrees per second. Let's say 15 degrees per second it was turning. Or per, 10 seconds, whatever it was. The guy in the center was fine. Meanwhile, I was sucked to the outside wall, basically trying to prevent myself from vomiting my guts up. You can make inane, baseless, unreasonable arguments like 15 degrees per hour, and what does the speed matter? You're just regurgitating a bunch of stuff that was told to you. So you continue in your unevidenced belief set. As you exist in this world as a mindless sheep, chattel property for a bunch of bloodline elites dominating you. The real question is, would you want to be free? What would you do with freedom even if you had it? Could you handle it? That's the real question. Maybe ask yourself that. For those in the back, thank you for coming. I'll be with you shortly. I want to finish this presentation. Thanks for being here. Please hold. There's more room in the back. Come up and talk to me. Let me drop the link again. I see at least one Globie in the back. Much love. Just come up and talk to me. I'd rather have this conversation with you, Jones the cat, where it says resistance to change and velocity. I'd rather have this conversation with you as opposed to, you just being a chat secretary. Just saying.
Us on a sphere. False. Every single one of the sites shown in this film claim we live on a spherical globe and hence all use global mapping for their data. And in not even one single instance were any of them able to agree on even a single sunrise time, sunset time, length of day, or even what date the sun allegedly stopped going down. Not even once, all wildly off from each other. And since 3 to 6 sources, all with conflicting data, cannot all be telling the truth, all but one have to be lying or incorrect. And since you cannot tell which one, you have no clue or proof they aren't all lying. Most importantly, seeing and filming this etheric light vibration circling around your head in one location with no further questions, doubts, or investigation. Having never even been to any of the other locations, claiming to experience the same phenomenon, to double check that their claims are even true, and even if you did go check and they do experience it as well, is not proof that this must be a burning space fireball 93 million miles away, or that this dumb shit you spent 10 years debunking thoroughly is the only other choice available to explain it, especially when it doesn't do to your location what it provably does to its northern alleged latitude counterpart during their 24-hour circling summer light period. That is just either or fallacious thinking. That's fine for opinion, but not acceptable as claim or proof, truth or fact, and frankly, claiming that anyone who doesn't agree with your factless and disprovable opinion is going against God, who would not deceive the world by showing us that the Earth matches a globe model, is maniacal and fanatical. God complex much, anyone? Another thing I find suspicious is that Union Glacier is one of the few places they actually take tourists to all of the time. Yet none of the online sites, timeanddate.com, dateandtime.info, timegenie.com, sunriseandsunset.com, etc., bother to give their location, sunrise and sunset times, day lengths, solar noons, or period of alleged 24-hour sun. Isn't that one place people would want to know? It's also conveniently in the middle of nowhere. So for those in the Dave Weiss Marty Leeds camp that this may have been faked with plasma technology, it is the perfect place to do it. And I would suggest people digging into it should look at Lieutenant Arturo Parodi, a Chilean military base. That's where they would have done it from. And strangely, it's supposed to be just northeast of Union Glacier Station. But when you take its alleged GPS coordinates and paste them into Google Earth, it takes you in the opposite direction of Union Glacier, south. And when you zoom into those coordinates, there is absolutely nothing there. When you are told to accept this as reality and to accept this as reality because of accurate globe computer software modeling, and then aside from these two, not even a single other one out of over 400 data points agree with either themselves or each other and verify that claim, who in sane and sound mind would base their beliefs on that?
Yeah, so this final experiment thing sent the world into a spiral.
All right. That was Spacebusters, everybody. You can find them on YouTube, easily searchable. I thought that was worth a listen. I want to highlight people that are at least presenting ideas with some degree of coherence. Now, of course, I didn't agree with his claim of the Gleason's map. I made that abundantly clear. But at least he's presenting this idea that I've been talking about consistently. And he's given some type of proof of concept towards it. That the luminaries, not just the sun, but all of them, they're intangible. Plain and simple. I'll come on over and over and over again, explain it. Look, anybody in the chat who wants to try to argue with me, just come up, just hit the button. I don't know what prevents people from coming up and participating in the dialogue. It's a very strange thing to me. Like you say, Jones the Cat, what is inertia? Inertia is resistance to motion. That's exactly why we can't be rotating and orbiting, because of inertia, as you somehow claim that that substantiates the globe. Here's a question, Jones Cat, when you talk about inertia. Do you think inertia applies to all states of matter equally? I assure you it does not. See, that's a little thing you don't understand. Apparently, we live in a world with multiple states of matter. 3 major ones. You have solids, liquids, and gases. When each of those states of matter is affected by a change in motion, they react in a non-uniform way, a way that would be evidenced physically. I talk about this each and every show at this point. I'm going to keep talking about it. It's the same reason we know there's an obvious upward vector. You're right. There is a thing called inertia. There's a resistance to motion and change in motion, whether it's from rest or from a steady state. A rotation is not a steady state of motion. Why would you think it is? You're going to claim like riding in a car. Yeah, that's a steady state of motion. Is the gravitron that I was on a steady state of motion? Is a merry-go-round a steady state of motion? No, it's not. You get close enough to the edge and you get fast enough, it's going to throw you right off that thing. Rotational motion is change in motion. There's no steady state associated. It's not constant. For you to claim constant motion on a rotation is completely absurd. For you to claim a steady state of motion for an elliptical orbit is completely absurd. This should be the only thing the flat Earth community should be talking about. Everybody should be talking about this. But no. We're talking about toroidal hyperboloids and parabolic frequency transfers. Again, I don't want to trash on Steve because he was making good points. But let's get to the real point here. I'm done playing patty cake with you people. It just takes one thing, one salient argument. That's all that matters. If you're in a courtroom and you're an attorney, you argue the valid points. To falsify someone's claim against you, you need not present a litany of subpar circumstantial arguments. You present the one argument that disproves the claim. That's it. Case closed. I'm going to start letting people up. Thank you for all those in the background, in the backstage. Please hold if I don't let you up first. I'm going to try to get to everybody. I will get to everybody. I want to give everybody due time and give them their share. Scoondrel, welcome to Z Show.
Well done. Well presented there. Can you hear me clapping? I'm giving you a round of applause.
Oh, I thank you so much. I love adoration here. So playing to my ego is a good place to start. Although I suspect you're being somewhat facetious and sarcastic. But either way, welcome to the show. Much love.
No, you're well spoken, and that's the congratulations I'm giving. Like, you're very well spoken. I wish I could speak as clear and get my point across as clearly as you do. But unfortunately, you are lacking logic in your topic.
How so?
Well, the gravitron spinning, and you're worried that we're on the South Pole going 0 miles an hour, and then at the equator we're going 1,000 miles an hour. It's all big numbers, which is hard to wrap your head around.
Really?
But
1,000's a big number to you, and 0 is a big number?
Apparently to you it is, because it's all relative. We're just spinning 15 degrees. But I don't want to get on that. What I want to ask you.
No, hold on. What? Hold on. What do you mean? You brought it up. Now you just want to go over it?
Oh, yeah. I kind of skimmed over it.
Hold on.
Skimmed over it.
So you want to claim relative, like maybe some type of kinematic equivalence. Like, what's it matter if it's 15 degrees at a circumference of, let's say, 25,000 miles at 15 degrees? Or a circumference of nothing at 15 degrees? How does that even work? Maybe you have to take one step. So if you're at nothing, you take one step away from nothing, I guess that's still 15 degrees. So I guess my point is this. You just want to just claim that doesn't matter, but the reality is it's still moving 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, is it not? You know what a tangential velocity is?
I do not.
Right. But you can look it up. I'll just give you that, and then you can maybe do some homework, so I don't have to explain it. But basically, that would describe the velocity of a sphere roughly 25,000 miles in circumference spinning at this 15 degrees per hour. Okay. Basically gives you a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. So I don't know. We can go back and forth on this. So you made your point. It doesn't matter. 15 degrees is 15 degrees. I don't know how you overlooked my gravitron thing where I'm literally stuck to the wall, but the guy in the middle is just, casually smoking a cigarette and just hanging out there all day. Maybe you've never been on the gravitron or a merry-go-round. I'm not sure. Maybe you had a very uneventful childhood and your parents never took you to like a carnival or a circus. I'm not sure.
Well, there's different speeds on that. But what I do want to ask you about, so you don't want to look at the sky to see that we're on a globe, and you want to just focus on the ground. Do you believe in cartography?
Well, I would have to believe in cartography. You're asking me, do I accept that there's a discipline of cartography?
Yeah, is cartography real?
Right. So here's the thing. So you're just going to dismiss the ground in lieu of or in deference to an intangible optical sky. So you're just going to basically hand wave dismiss the physical world for an optical illusory sky that can't be measured, that can't be tested, that can't be touched.
No, I'm doing that. I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
You expect me to engage in that argument? Where am I going to go?
I'm trying to ignore the sky and just focus on the ground.
Okay, good. Let's go there. Ignore the sky, focus on the ground. I'll go with you. We'll take this
so
little trip wherever
cartography.
you're trying to take me. Go ahead.
So cartography.
Okay.
Do you think you can map out the ground on a map?
Dude, where you want to go with this?
Okay, why can't we map the Earth, the flat Earth, on a scale, 1-to-1 scale on a flat map? Why does every map have to be a projection?
All maps are projections, dude.
I know why. Why is that? But okay, if you zoom in onto a city, it could be a perfectly flat map.
Dude, where are you going with this?
I'm asking you, why can't we do?
You have to
why
understand,
can't
I've
we
had
map out North
conversations and
America?
arguments with people like you for like years now. It's kind of tiresome for me. I thought you were going to bring me something new.
Well, cartography doesn't deal with the sky; it deals with the ground.
What does that have to do with anything? Look, there's a lot of different maps. There's a lot of different projections. How does that relate to a globe or a flat Earth? Either way,
If the Earth, the reason why there's no flat maps that are perfect is because they have to account for the stupid curvature.
Right. So you're just going to say that the globe is perfect and that just works somehow. Do you understand how the sunrise and sunset angles work on the solstices and the equinoxes? Look into it. I'm not going to sit here all night and present.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
Oh, well, you probably think wrong. Let me ask you something. Do you think when you're looking at the sun that you can substantiate that that's a physical sun? Meaning to say, if you're in multiple diverse locations on this earth and you can all see the sun at the same time, do you think everybody could point up in the same direction at that sun and it matches? No,
They
you
say
just
if you zoom
assume.
out,
You just
they
assume.
say if you
So.
zoom out, that works with the shadows. So why wouldn't it work with our arms being raised?
What works with the shadows? What are you talking about?
Well, they look like they converge, but if you start rising up, they look parallel. They start forming parallel lines. So if we start
make it in your mind, so you're just saying if you just make the sun impossibly far away, where it physically couldn't even be seen if it were real, okay, then it just somehow matches up. And I'm telling you, even in that condition,
it does matches up.
Not.
It matches up. Like I'm telling you, start measuring our shadows. You've seen, you know what I'm talking about, where the shadows seem to converge, and then you zoom out or fly up in a drone, and they become parallel. So wouldn't the same thing be with our fingers pointing at the sun?
Dude, that's obviously a false equivalency you just made there regarding shadows and some elevated angle. And what I'm talking about, trying to triangulate the luminaries from multiple diverse locations.
All right, that's why I said let's just focus on the ground.
I want to get to some other people. Let me put you on ice. You're welcome to come back up in a little bit.
Cartography, man, you couldn't explain it. Couldn't explain.
Right there, you go. You just proved the globe with cartography.
Yep.
Unbelievable. That's Scoon Droll, everybody, who just proved the globe because maps exist. What a strange argument. I don't know how to explain this to you globers in any other way. You can't triangulate the luminaries on a globe or some conception that you're going to straw man me into of a flat earth. It doesn't work. The celestial bodies are localized and individualistic. Plain and simple. I presented it here many times. Rachel just says maps are Masonic. Let me bring up some other people. Like I said, thanks for being here. Please hold in the back. Cartography. Go ahead. What's your point about cartography? What were you trying to get at? I'll give you the floor.
Oh, are you back to me? Sorry, I was looking away.
Go ahead. I want you to make your point about cartography.
The point. Okay, so say I don't know where do you live in North America?
Yes.
Okay, whatever city you live in, I don't know if you're close to the coastline, it'd be a lot easier for a starting point. Just get a piece of paper, a big piece of paper, and start trying to map it out a 1-to-1 scale where 1 mile equals a half an inch or a millimeter, and start trying to map out the ground that you live on. And you'll find out that things won't start adding up.
Adding up based on what? Any map?
An AE map? Well, all maps are projections. So based on, I guess you got to use, unless you do a full circumnavigation with your map, you got to use a reference point in the sky, which is easily just the North Pole or the North Star. And
Listen,
if you're,
homie, hold on, just pause. Do you understand? You're just disregarding perspective. What you're saying is you can look at the sky and then that's reality based on what you see. We see things in perspective.
Actually, I might be wrong. I was wrong. Let me retract my statement. I was wrong.
Hold on,
I
you
was
are
wrong.
wrong, and then you can go back. But here's the thing. You are wrong because one thing you're overlooking is we see in a very particular way, all right? Our vision and the optical world is what's called non-Euclidean, non-planar. The world we inhabit, the physical world, runs off right angles and parallel, plumb and horizontal. Okay. This is the world, the physical world. This is the world that's engineered, navigated, and measured. Okay. This is the real world that we operate in. This is the world that planes and really quick jets that go Mach 2.3 operate off of. This is how we make tunnels and bridges. This is how the railgun can hit a target physically at over 100 nautical miles. It's a Euclidean planar world. You're talking about an optical world, which is non-planar. The way we see is not the way things are. So you're looking up at the sky and trying to tell me that what we see.
Hold on.
Matt, hold on. You're trying to hold on. You're trying to look at an optical sky, a non-physical, illusory sky, a non-Euclidean based optics, and try to say this matches reality. And if you go this way, then it looks like we're in a globe. I understand the argument. You're basically inverting what we see and saying that's what we live on as you disregard optics.
Okay,
It's an old argument. Hold on. Get your thoughts together and come back. He stutter stepped on it, and then he admitted that he was wrong. I'll bring you back up. Just have some patience. It's not going to be the whatever your name is, the Scoon Drool show, as you give me a tired optical argument. It's the same thing that I tried to tell Jerans as he told me I was an idiot. And then he backed himself in a corner that he couldn't get out of regarding this globe. The optical world is not the physical world. That's why I don't argue optics anymore. There's no point. All right, let me bring my next guest up. Where's his music? Why don't I have his music? I think his theme song's gone. Here it is.
You looking at is royalty. The king is here. Where I belong, sitting on the throne. You a clone, you should move along. The king is here. I'm the one holding the crown, going by when you see me come around. The king is here. Coming at you with a head of steam. I'm the illest.
Yeah, coming at you. King Steven, welcome back to Z Show.
Hello, Z. How are you doing?
Quite well, and having a pretty good evening here where I live, and I guess as good as I can be. You know the statement. I'm going to give you a tired platitude here. I could complain, but who would listen? That's the reality of it. I got people coming up here, and they're trying to tell me what this world is. And let me ask you, King Steven, royalty. I have royalty on my show. Everybody, do you? No. I mean, yeah, it might be like the king from Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, but it's still royalty. People want to simplify everything. So this guy wants to come up and like people in the chat, and they made the quote that, oh, it's just so simple. The globe just simply explains the 24-hour Antarctic sun. And isn't it just so easy? And just why not believe it? What do you say to people that just want a simple world, simple explanations? They want the easy route. What is it? They just want to I don't know, just like go back to just consuming, just go back to engaging in like all things physical, like hedonism, and I don't know, what is it? You tell me.
To answer, I would say that a lot of them are simpletons. They want to be simple. They want simple answers. They want simple explanations. They come to my channel as well once in a while and they want me to explain reality in a sentence. And it's a complex place. It's a tricky place. For example, if we stand on a straight road together and we're standing side by side, a guy like that Schoon drooler, or whatever the drool guy was that's drooling like a retard, he would probably look at the telephone poles and say, well, visually, they're getting smaller. They're getting smaller and smaller. If we can see for, let's say, 2 miles, they're going to vanish at the vanishing point. That is visual perspective. That's how our vision works. But that's not how reality works. We can see that our vision works differently. If we walk down the street and we measured with tape measures each fucking telephone pole, they're going to be almost exactly the same height all the way for 2 miles. So that in itself should show people that it isn't that simple as, well, it looks that way, so it is that way. No, it looks that way, but actually it's just a matter of perspective. And the optics can trick us in this realm. We're in a very tricky place. It's reality is complex. It's not as simple as these simpletons want it to be.
Well, look, a lot of things aren't as they seem. Almost everything is not as it seems in this world.
Exactly.
You know, I wonder sometimes that, you know, if people really, if it's really about the an understanding of how deceptive this reality really is. We like to believe, you know, certain comforting things like, oh, you know, God's up there and he's watching us and he's guiding our steps, and if I do good things will happen to me, and there's a purpose for everything, and there's a plan for my life, and we hold on to these things as a belief. But what if that's not necessarily the case? Like, what if to get a true understanding of this world, of this reality, we need to look past such comforting thoughts and really evaluate this world for what it actually is, the nitty gritty things, because this world is going to present you a whole story of what it is. It's going to give you the feel good story. It's going to show you, you know, oh, this guy overcame this, or it's going to present solutions to problems that it itself creates. I guess it begs the question, what kind of reality would do this? What kind of reality would kind of place us here in this dog eat dog world, or we're seemingly lied to at every like turn that we take? A world that we're lied to. I said it like this earlier. We're basically lied to on all fronts, from the religions to the history to the science to education. It's a lie from the top down, but people can't get their head around it. They just want to find some comfortable like place to be, like some comfortable like worldview, and then just like try to squeeze the reality into their perception of what this world is. Sorry, I'm taking the stage. Floor's yours.
Well, that shows that they are simple, they're lazy, they're weak, they want what's comfortable. I call this place a hell realm because of the lies and deceptions and the suffering, the trickery, the brainwashing, mind control. Sometimes people come to my channel and say, hey, King Stephen, what have they lied to us about? And my answer is always the same. I try to keep it very concise and simple for them. Only everything is what I answer. So the more you look into these rabbit holes, you find out that they lied about this, they lied about that, they lied about how this war started, they lied about history, they lied about the shape of the earth, they lied about space, fake space, they lie about the spacewalks, the moon landings. You just go deeper and deeper, and they lied about events in America, we'll say, I won't name them, but they lied about this and that and this in 2020, and they lied here, there, everywhere. So people that do the research and put time and thought, years of thought into this, realize they have lied to us about everything. It's only everything. And people are like, well, only everything. I mean, the globe is bullshit, obviously. It's impossible. As you said, I agree. The globe model is impossible in so many ways. And you got to look beyond maps and the sun. This is what the people that don't want to put in the work of thinking. You have to look into all different angles, and then it's obvious that they lied to us about the globe, and they lied to us about the sun. It's not some big fiery ball 93 million miles away in space. They lied to us about everything. Everything that matters, they've lied to us about it, including life and death and what we are spiritually and bodies and DNA, and they've lied to us about atoms and molecules, which we never get to see except for artist renderings, right? Just like we do with the so-called planets. We don't get to see actual photographs of them. It's always artist renderings. But I wanted to come on here and let you know that there is some breaking news. I don't know if you've heard this about Jerans' penis, but he has been crying and hurting. Did you hear that about Jerans' penis?
Wait, hold on. You have news regarding?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Jerans' penis and I are good friends, so any like disconcerting news regarding him, I think is going to affect me in a big way. So I don't know.
This is breaking news.
Yeah, let
this
me
just
hear it.
happened. It's just in. I just heard it like a few minutes before I came on here. I don't know if you heard this yet, but breaking news that Jerans' penis has been crying and hurting for the past hour or so, while Z has been busy doing his show, because Dell beat up Jerans' penis.
Wait, are you telling me that Dell from Beyond the Imaginary Curve and Jerans' penis got in a fist fight?
Yes, he beat him up. He literally beat him. He beat his penis. He beat Jerans' penis.
That's funny because, I said earlier that I don't think anybody could beat Dell in this Flat Earth community. But if anybody could stand a chance against Dell, it would be Jerans' penis, because I don't know if you've heard, but Jerans' penis is quite formidable, very large, probably has a weight advantage over Dell. And I would still consider Jerans' penis as a flat earther, because he told me that although Jeran flipped to the globe, that his penis remained in the flat earth. So that's very, very interesting information you brought me. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Apparently, Dell had a roid rage incident, and he got very upset all of a sudden, especially about comments about his tattoos that I guess people were making earlier about some of his Freemasonic and evil tattoos. And he got quite upset, and then Jerans' penis challenged him, and Dell just beat him back black and blue. So he beat him up really good. He beat him. I don't know if I'll say beat him off, but he beat him. I guess Jeran attacked. Maybe you could say Jerans' penis went and attacked him, and he beat him off. Dell beat him off.
Wow. Who do you think beats Jeran's penis off more, Jeran or Dell? I wonder.
Well, I heard that Dell beat him pretty good, so I don't know how badly he beat him, but he beat him pretty good. And Jeran's penis has kind of been crying and hurting and saying that, he got beat off really good when he went after Dell.
Let me bring up my next guest. Brenda, welcome back to the show.
Oh, hello, Brenda.
How are you two?
Hey, Brenda.
I'm doing great. What do you think of Jeran's penis being beat up?
I want to enjoy Brenda's music for a second.
Okay.
Just kind of basking. Steven, do you remember the early 1990s male-female rock group Ace of Base?
Yes, I do. I'm an old man, so I was still an adult, I think, in the 90s when that was around, that song.
Yeah. Hi, Brenda. Welcome back to the show.
Good evening.
Hello, Brenda. Hello.
Hello.
Do you like your opening? Do you like your intro song?
No, I
Saw the Sun? Oh. You don't?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm flabbergasted. You're quite a shyster. You don't like the...
Quite a shyster. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not a lawyer.
You're a little rascal, Brenda.
Whatever. Yes, I like to think I'm a fairly big rascal.
Do you like my my avatar? Do you like my king puppet?
I like Mr. Rogers. I think you kind of besmirch his name by using it.
Oh, Brenda, that sounds pretty harsh.
Well, you want the truth, right?
Well, I'm calling myself King Stephen, not King Friday the 13th, but
Yeah, but you're using his King Friday. But,
yeah, he's on my middle finger.
Yeah, I really like Mr. Rogers. He had a
Me too. I'm honoring him.
No, you're not. You're like I said. You're besmirching his name.
No besmirchment here. No besmirchment. You little rascal. Brenda, what brings you here tonight? Do you have any questions, or do you have anything to offer us other than negativity? So far, you've been very disagreeable.
Yeah, I'm not here to pat you on the back. That's for sure. I come to flat Earth channels in order to challenge them on their false belief that the Earth is flat. Right.
Well, so how do you false belief? It's not a belief.
No, it's a false belief.
No.
Do you think it's true? So? Do you think it's true that the Earth is flat?
Well, water finds its level, absolutely, and most of this realm is covered in water. The oceans, they're not curved. There's no curved bodies of water. There's no measurable curve. Even zombie steroid monster Freemason Dell has that part right. I mean, beyond the imaginary curve, there's no curvature. So he has that right. He's got that
Stephen,
part right.
Stephen, let me ask you.
So that wasn't the question I asked you.
Hold on, Brenda. This is a conversation. Got it. Calm down. Brenda, I saw a picture of you the other day. If I bring it up, will you confirm or deny that it is or is not you?
I don't know if I really care to address that.
Let me ask
you.
I've
never seen Brenda.
I'm going to try to find it. Brenda, what do you say to people that say you're McToon, like playing a character of Brenda?
They're stupid.
Have you heard that before?
Yeah, it's paranoid deflection and projection. They're afraid of Mike Toon because he is very well educated, and they're afraid of me because I go into spaces where Toon doesn't, and so then they kind of connect the two.
Oh, that's an interesting. One might call that a logical leap there. That you just made.
It's an inference. It is an inference.
It is an inference. You're inferring something based on.
That's called logic. That's called
probably.
Logic.
Yeah, probably though insufficient evidence though.
It's still logic. It's called an inductive inference. You don't know anything about logic, Z.
Brenda, is this you?
I don't see anything.
Hold on. Is this you?
Yeah, that's me.
That's you?
On the left, yes.
Circa when? Is this like a recent picture or what are we talking about here?
I don't know.
So let me ask you, when you look at this image, how do you
feel? It's a while back. It's a while back.
It's a while back. Got it.
It must be. It must be.
Okay, here's the thing I know about ladies is ladies often, when they get their photo taken, they want to be like at their best, right? Whether it's some degree of, makeup or preparation or otherwise. Do you feel as though you were at your best during this, or was there something lacking?
I don't feel I was at my best.
No.
That isn't your peak?
I'm fairly self-conscious about my appearance because I am male to female transgender, and I transitioned older when trans males transition to female when they are young. They do a fairly good job at it, but I was much older, and so it's much more difficult because I'd gone through puberty, and I'm older, right? So I'm very self-conscious about my what we say is ability to pass, and it's harder for older individuals, but it doesn't make it anything less of me being transgender, because that's not the goal of being transgender. The goal is to feel comfortable with yourself in your own skin.
Do you pass? Do you feel comfortable?
Not always, not particularly, because I don't have the financial resources that some people do, right? like say, some people are wealthy and can afford a lot of things to do, and I can't. I go to a food shelf once a month, right? So I have other priorities that kind of take precedence, like food, right?
Let
I
me
don't
ask
know
you
what a food shelf is.
A
Oh,
food
sorry. Go
shelf
ahead.
in the United. Do you live in the United States?
Part of the
Look,
time,
Brenda,
I'm dual citizen.
Chelsea, but Brenda, you could just say what a food shelf is. You don't
Yeah,
have to
what
give
is
all
a food
the-
shelf?
like,
Food shelf is usually a church, or usually a church will have donated food from an organization like Second Harvest or grocery store.
Okay, so it's charity, is what you're saying? It's free?
Yes, it's free. Yes.
Well, I'm not religious and I'm a king. I'm independently wealthy, so I don't know about poverty and what peasants have to do to feed themselves. So, apologize for my question, but I've never had to do that before. I never will. When did you
Well,
transition?
Maybe
When
not.
did you transition?
1990s, in the early 1990s.
And how old were you when you went through your what do they call it?
This is not important. Transition.
No.
In my 30s.
Well, we're looking at a picture of you finally. We've never seen you before. Do you have big titties? Did you get big fake
Yeah.
bolt-on boobs, or
Do you
what
have
did you
big
do?
balls?
I do have big
Which
balls.
of your testicles hangs lower?
My left one.
Could you
I do
describe
have
the color of your testicles?
I don't know if I could
the
describe the
glands
color.
of your penis.
Do
Could you
do you
talk
wanna
about your
see
penis,
them?
please?
Do you wanna see it?
No,
I will confirm that my left testicle also hangs lower.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brenda,
I
can
don't
you
think
I've talked
confirm
about my
do.
balls, Brenda. Have you heard the AC/DC
No,
song,
do you
I've got
understand?
big balls?
Do you understand that
Uh-huh.
it's really not polite to ask people about their genitals?
Well, I'm answering your questions. I'm not offended.
It's not whether
I
or
don't
not
understand
you
what your
are.
point is.
It's not whether or not you are. It's
Well,
not.
how big are your boobs?
It's not
What bra
polite.
size do you have?
It's not polite, Stephen.
Not
It's
polite.
inappropriate. It's inappropriate, Stephen.
Okay, we'll get off the genitals.
It's
Let me ask you,
inappropriate.
Okay.
Brenda, let me ask you a serious question. Have you seen the statistics regarding transgender and suicide? And what can you say
Yes, I
about it?
have.
Yeah.
Horrible.
No, they're not.
No. But
Yeah, they're not.
they're
not
So
horrible.
based off the stats that I read, 1/3 of all transgendered people end up taking their own life within their natural lifetime. What do you say
Did
to
you
that?
double check that study to see if there were people that were critiquing it?
Well,
Because
no,
there are
but maybe you
people-
can critique it. Maybe you can.
Yeah, there's
critique it
people
here.
with
It's one of the highest risk groups, isn't it? How can you
There's
say it's not
people-
horrible? That I don't
Because
understand.
it's
You don't
not
have any
what-
compassion?
yeah. Well,
You lack compassion for
No,
your
I
people?
don't. No, I don't. It's because there are people who have an agenda, and they lie. Just like
Brenda.
flat earthers lie about
Brenda.
flat Earth. So they lied about those-
Statisticians aren't liars. Come on.
This is
Brenda,
that's
you
what
sound
I
like a
said.
conspiracy theorist, Brenda. You know what's
That
funny,
sounds
Brenda?
like that does.
Brenda,
Yeah.
you listen, you follow the company line regarding every single topic that's
There's no
presented to
company,
you.
Steve.
Hold on, except this one, all of a sudden you take
There's no
issue with.
company.
You're saying
Yeah,
people that
company.
record the deaths, the death statistics are lying. A group
No,
of
I
them
never
across
said
the
that.
United States.
Try-
Well, you
put-
said
put
people
your-
lie about
Yeah, put
the
your
numbers.
No, you have 2 ears, one mouth.
Oh, yeah.
2
Okay,
ears,
go ahead.
one mouth. Right?
Go ahead.
Right. So
Go
there
ahead.
are people there are people who have an agenda, and they misrepresent those studies.
And I have the
Right.
same genitals I was born with. What's your point if you're going to talk about ears and a mouth?
Yeah. The point is that the study has been misrepresented. It was
No.
a Swedish study. Yes, it has been. Right? They misrepresented it.
It's an extraordinary claim, Brenda. You're going to
Yes.
have to come with some evidence to support that.
Well, I didn't come here to discuss this.
Well, you sound like a conspiracy theorist.
So-
Oh, here's Rachel. Uh-oh. Who's this?
Was she sniffing glue?
I always sniff glue, Brenda.
Is that glue?
Rachel.
Absolutely. I live on
No,
glue.
really, seriously, is it? or is it just
Are you two partners? Are you two life partners?
No. No,
Rachel
no,
and
get
Brenda.
your mind
You know
out of
each
the
other,
gutter.
or okay?
No, is that really glue, Rachel? Don't lie to me.
Of course.
It is?
Glue always. No, I borrowed this from fucking Witts.
Dude, I don't know. It's paint huff. It's paint huffing. Is that what you're doing?
Brenda, let me ask you. What do
It's
you think about-
extraordinarily damaging. You know that, right? It's extraordinarily damaging.
Has Jerans' penis been in there in that bag? Is that why she's coughing?
Brenda, that's quite an allegation of glue. Brenda, what do you think about Austin Whitsitt in his current situation?
Speaking of that, let me just do another. Let me get some more glue. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Next time, don't. I'm putting her on mute. Don't cough into the mic. Brenda, what do you think about Whitsitt? I want to hear your take.
I think
impolite.
that his wife is correct to get a restraining order and to get separated from him.
Wait, so can you verify that there was a restraining order filed? That's new information.
I cannot verify it. It's what I've heard. She published that video on was it Globe Awakenings?
Earth Awakenings,
Earth Awakenings. She published it, and it seems to me like it's video evidence for a restraining order. It seems to me, and that she was seeking a separation from him, but I don't know. I can't validate that. People shouldn't repeat things. I guess I shouldn't be repeating this then, but that's all I know. However, based on his behavior in that, I would support her getting a restraining order against him.
Okay, Brenda, what do you say to those who claim that, he might have been, let's say, I don't know, triggered in some way, set up,
It's not an
ambush,
excuse. Not an excuse.
Because Brenda, you may have a particular understanding where you, I
It's not an
imagine, lived
excuse,
most
dude.
of your life in society as, you were born a biological man. I assumed your gender identity to the world was that of a man. So you
No,
may
it
have
was never that of a
particular
man.
understanding. Say it again.
You're not understanding transgender. My gender identity was feminine.
I said to the world. I don't mean what you have held inside. You obviously, at some point, had a job.
My gender presentation might have been masculine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your presentation. That's what I was getting
Yeah.
around.
Yeah,
Thank you for
Rachel
correcting
can
me.
correct you
Okay.
on these things. We disagree about the shape of the
Gotcha.
earth.
Okay,
but
we know you're
we're
both trans. Got it.
simpatico
Look,
about that, except for I'm
I
really
guess my point
very
is
concerned about Rachel.
is there
I
no
need
part
weed
of
to
you?
deal with you motherfuckers. I need
my
weed
God.
to deal with you motherfuckers.
I'm going to mute you for a second, Rachel. Is there no part of you that can sympathize with Jaron as a man? No part of you?
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
meant Austin. Is there no
Austin?
part of you that can sympathize with
No,
Austin?
there's no excuse for his behavior. What are you talking about? His behavior was inexcusable.
Let me ask you something, Brenda. Have you ever been in a sexual relationship with anybody? With anybody? Yes or no?
I'm not talking about this shit.
That's a simple question. I just asked
I don't
you.
care. I'm not talking about
You don't
it.
care?
Yeah,
So
I'm
we're
not
talking about a salient issue, a pressing issue, an
care.
issue that matters. The number one flat earther is embroiled in a major controversy. Now all of a
It's
sudden,
his
I ask
business.
you.
It's not ours.
Okay,
The
let me.
You kind of sound grumpy,
The only reason
Brenda.
that anybody's talking about it is because his wife uploaded.
No,
the
it is
video.
our business. No, the
No, it is
reality is,
not.
Brenda. He presented
It's
his. He presented.
inappropriate
Hold
again.
on, Brenda. He presented his relationship online to the world. He brought his wife on. They gave us a tour of their home. They presented themselves as couple goals to the world. Don't say that it's nobody's business. They made their relationship public. It's in the public eye. It's for
doesn't
public
matter,
consumption.
actually.
Stop virtue
You're
signaling on my
wrong. It's
show.
not. This is called
Brenda,
actual virtue.
you're virtual
No,
signaling
it's
on my
called.
show. You're
It's called
virtual.
morals.
Brenda,
You don't
listen.
understand morality and
Listen.
boundaries.
All right, let's just talk in generalities then. Let me ask you something. Would you acknowledge that a physical, romantic, sexual relationship between a man and a woman implies that there's going to be physical contact, emotions, hormones, and the otherwise. Can you and I agree on that at
What
least?
the fuck kind of a childish question is that? Of course, people who love each
Right.
other are going to have a physical relationship.
Right. Exactly. And it implies emotions and passion.
It
So
doesn't
is it
imply
possible that
abuse.
sometimes some of those passions get misplaced
It's still
into situations
wrong.
like you
No,
saw?
it's
No, you're
wrong.
just going to
It's
continue to virtue
always
signal for no
no. I'm not
reason.
virtue
Right.
signaling.
Believe all
This
hashtag
is
believe
called.
all women. Hashtag me too, including Brenda.
Oh, you seem upset.
I'm not upset because
Are you still estranged from your family,
Brenda,
Steve?
why am I hearing your ice?
I
Why
got to
am I
hear
hearing
more
your
about
ice?
that
I
Jaren
added
thing,
more
'cause I
iced tea
didn't
to
hear
my
about
cup
that.
in a way, so I thought you wouldn't hear it. How are
Well,
you
but I
and your
did hear.
family,
No,
Steve?
hold on. I'll let you
Well,
ask
you
my
can
question.
talk about me,
I'll
and
let you
let's talk about you,
hold
buddy.
on.
Brenda,
About you.
calm
Hold
down.
on.
Calm
Why?
down.
No,
Calm
I
down.
want to
hear
know.
from
I want to
Z
know, Brenda.
about his
Hold.
relationship with
I'm
his family
going to mute
and
you.
Calm
his
down,
relationship
On
with
the
Brenda.
Jaren thing, I didn't hear anything on that Jaren thing. What did you say? He
Hold on, Rachel.
What?
Hold on.
That's crazy.
I'm fixated on this thing. Every time Brenda comes on my show, I've asked her only a few very simple things. I say, when you're coming on my show, please reduce the background noise, particularly the situation with the ice. Here we are again. We're trying to have a conversation and I hear ice rattling around in that thermos that she has. See, that's the thing, Brenda. It's
You're
just a
upset
thing
about
about
that.
It's
no.
impolite, Brenda.
Rachel is on
It's
screen
impolite.
huffing paint.
Yeah, well, guess what? That's not bothering
You're
me
a
because it's not making a
square.
sound.
You're a square, Brenda.
No, I prefer to keep my brain cells.
Is this 1975 when you think
No,
I'm
I prefer to
sniffing
keep
glue?
my brain cells.
I'm fucking smoking legal weed.
Brenda, what do you think that Joe Rogan has has Jerans lighter that he smoked a blunt with on Antarctica? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't care.
What do you think about Jerans smoking blunts on Antarctica?
I don't care.
Jaren was on Joe Rogan.
Jeez, Rachel, I did a whole show, Rachel. Maybe I'll keep you.
No,
Joe
I was
Rogan,
on-
bro.
Your
Joe
last
Rogan,
show, your last show, I was on NDB show when your show was on last. That's why.
of all people, you're on NDB's show.
I love NDB.
NDB has a screw loose. I didn't even know he has a show.
Who's
Listen,
NDB?
We've hung
Who's
out at Flattoberfest and we smoked blunts and shit. He's cool. He's cool as fuck.
Yeah, he's not bad. Whatever. Listen,
Is
Joe
that what
Rogan.
you're really smoking, Rachel? Is
I'm smoking very legal
weed?
weed in a vaporizer, which is healthier than combusting it in a joint.
Okay,
And
then that's better.
that's Nate X's.
I don't
vaporizer?
know anything about the culture surrounding it.
That's your problem.
It's not my problem.
You gotta smoke some fucking weed.
Look,
Calm
Rachel,
down,
your
Brenda.
buddy's here. No despair bears here. Your buddy.
Who is NDB? Never heard of
NDB
him.
is the fucking best. Everybody loves NDB.
Okay.
Can anybody who lives in Kentucky be considered the best? I don't know. That's stretching it.
He's a very good guy.
All right, so listen.
I heard a
Rachel,
rumor. I don't know if you guys heard this, but I heard that Austin goes to hookers to get spanked. That he actually likes to be a bottom. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's just a rumor.
I could
Have
see
you heard
No,
that?
look,
that up right
we
now.
here at Z Show can neither confirm nor deny that last statement by
I
Casey.
can't either, but I just heard that somewhere.
I don't know. I got the feeling you just made it up.
Z, you got to tell
Being
me about this
malicious.
Jaren
Come
thing.
on, Brenda. That's a horrible accusation you made against me.
No, I think it's probably
Hold on.
Unsubstantiated.
I'm gonna put some people on ice so I could focus. Don't go anywhere. I'll bring you back up. Okay, I couldn't focus because you're stoned, Rachel, and I want to talk to you
Not
about
stoned enough.
Jaren. But you're so fucking stoned, you can't even come up here with Brendan King Steven and have a civil conversation that has some degree of
No, 'cause
coherence.
you said something so off the wall. I'm like, I didn't hear anything about that. Jaren and
Joe
his wife
Rogan,
and Joe
just
Rogan.
like I said 8 months ago, that Joe Rogan would talk about this final experiment. Well, it's come true. Joe Rogan on his show talked about the final experiment. He laughed about it. He laughed at you, Rachel, laughed at me.
What?
Basically made us all look like fools and morons. He mocked us and so on and so on. Now, not only that, Jaren in some way got a package to Joe Rogan. Jaren apparently smoked a blunt when he was in Antarctica. He smoked a blunt. The lighter that he used to smoke said blunt was given to Joe Rogan as a present. Joe Rogan has Jaren's lighter. And Jerans looking to be on Joe Rogan's show. It's gone to Joe Rogan. Okay, that's the point.
You know, he's all about self-hyping himself, trying to make him, who knows who he wants to be. Just like Alex Stein was doing that shit, being on and fucking David Weiss. They're all these people. They just want to be, the next Jimmy Fallon or something. Except they're not
They're
fucking funny.
disgusting.
They're not funny.
Let me tell you, Rachel, I took down my Cash App. I have no more financial incentive for being here because these people made me so fucking sick. I said, you know what? We're all going toe to toe. So all you motherfuckers, the gloves off with all you guys. I'm here for the love of the game. I'm here just to annihilate each and every one of you. Metaphorically, metaversally, of course. Gloves are off with all you punks. You're disgusting.
Yeah, everyone's glad that you're really calling these people out because, they're just unbelievable sellouts. I mean, some fucking believable. I knew that Jaron was like heading, the Joe Rogan to Alex Jones. Has he been on Alex Jones yet?
No, Witts it has though.
Really? I know David
Yeah.
Weiss has.
Weiss has and Witsit has. Witsit was interviewed by one of the Alex Jones cronies, a guy named something. And then Alex Jones came out for like a brief 60 seconds and talked to Witsit, and then he left. I forget what the guy's name was. He was one of the Alex Jones adjacent people.
Not Watson. Was it Watson?
No, it wasn't the Watson guy. It was another dude. Somebody will say his name.
There's been some good people that have been on the show briefly and moved on and have their own YouTube stuff, and they're quality presenters and reporters and everything that really weren't on that long with Alex Jones. I mean, I stopped listening to him years ago, but I listened to him for a very long time. And I was a Prison Planet member for a long time, giving him money. And I bought his tangy tangerine, all that bullshit, and the fucking iodine. I fell for it, And then when Alex Jones and especially Watson was going insane on it. When the Ebola thing was out, I forgot what year that was, but that was a long time ago. They're pushing Ebola. That Paul Joseph Watson, he was really pushing it like the Ebola was real. So then I'm like, I can't watch this fucking show anymore. That's what turned me off.
Look, it's just gatekeeper after gatekeeper. It's concentric circles of gatekeeping. You jump off one plantation, you end on another one. They're all compromised. They're all financially interested, one after another. They want to sell truth. They want to brand Flat Earth, market it, franchise it. It's completely disgusting. What do you think about this comment here? It says, by JC23, Jaron's going to come out of this smelling like roses. Witsit, not so much. Yeah, interesting take, because Witsit now tried to walk the line. He tried to vouch for his buddy Jeran. He tried to support the Hebrew cosmology. He tried to be the little golden boy. Jeran just flipped. Jeran just jumped ship, and now he's just cruising. He's a Glober now. He gets all the benefits of just jumping back onto the mainstream concept of what this reality is. He basically just, I don't know, he's back on, he's back on their program. Jaren's fine. Jaren's going to be on Joe Rogan. Witsit's at home. I don't know what he's doing. This is crazy. Go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, I got a song on my a little short acoustic song I just did live on called Jaren's Flip. It's on my channel, Rachel Revolution. If anybody didn't see it. But yeah, it's about it's funny song. But I see what you said, King Steven. Why are you such a douchebag, man? You're just such a fucking punk ass bitch. You really are.
You called me a dick. Hey, I saw what you wrote backstage in the private chat, and I'm going to address it right here. You're a freak, and there's a transpocalypse coming up, and that's all there is to it.
Dude, I would love to just fucking dance with you a little. You know what I'm saying? Where the fuck do you live, bitch?
I don't fight women. Well, pretend women included.
You don't fight anybody because you're a pussy ass fucking King Vitamin puppet bitch.
What happened to your voice? Now you sound like a guy when you're angry.
I didn't do it. I sound like the Bronx when I'm angry. Okay.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
you do.
No wonder why. So check it out, bitch. I'm tired of your fucking ass. I'm tired. And when Brenda comes on, everyone, all anybody has to say, all anybody.
Shut up for a second. What's in your chest? What's injected in there? What is that? And what size are those titties? They're fake, but
They're 700 cc. They're called gummy bears, cohesive gel, under muscle, incision under the armpit. Those are
okay.
They're called gummy bears.
What about you, Brenda? Do you still have your dick? Brenda?
Like she said, not. I see at the time, my surgery.
Brenda.
My surgery was at 48. I had to pay. Nothing was covered by insurance. I paid everything myself, but I was in a position.
Well, why did you get surgery to begin? Why would you call me a dick? Well, why would you call me that? I didn't start anything with you. I was very kind towards you.
No, well, I heard all the shit you're saying to Brenda. Why when trans people come on where it's all about transition? That's not the topic. You know what I'm saying?
Who cares? I don't care.
Wasting time.
I was just curious. Dude, I was just curious when she transitioned. That's all. Curiosity.
This is why I came on.
Did you hear ask me about my balls? I answered the questions, no problem.
Okay, about your balls or anybody else's?
Well, she asked.
Well, she's being sarcastic because you're very rude.
I'm not rude.
The facts are 90% or more of trans women do not have surgery.
Well, then how are they trans? They didn't transition.
There's different degrees of the dysphoria.
Don't give me that. Come on, that's
okay. There's people. I lived with a trans woman before I lived here. I was in a different town up here in Connecticut. Unfortunately, I'm in this fucking state. But she's older than me, and she had no intention whatsoever of transitioning in any way whatsoever, other than hormones and blockers. And I can't relate to that. When I came out, I knew right away I was planning for surgery. I knew I was going to have to pay for it. I knew I was going to go to Thailand. I researched all the doctors and everything. I knew my shit. But most trans women don't do that. They don't. I was fully transitioned within 2.5 years of coming out. And that's unheard of. But
fully transitioned. So did you have to dilate the vagina they created, the gash or whatever? Do you have to put something in there, dilate?
You know more about it than me because we went through this last time. Here, check out my Jerans song. It's really quick. Check it out.
Oh, we're going to listen to Rachel's Jerans song.
Okay. Just a girl shirt.
And anybody in the background, anybody in the backstage, please hold. Please hold. I'll get to you. Come on up. The link's in the chat. This is the part where I come in and talk to all the people. This is where I do it. Let's listen to Rachel's song. Come here. Hot off the presses, everybody. Jerans Flip from Rachel Revolution coming at you.
Go now. Did the flip. How much did you get paid? You and Witts it. I don't care about your 24-hour sun. Rode your bike on snow. You had some fun. Now I'm standing in aisle 12. And the body wash won't unlock itself. Hey, Glover, get your ass over here. Hey, Jerans, get your ass over here. And standing in aisle 12. And the body wash
unlock yourself. You're a traitor, Jeremy.
Encore. That was amazingly horrible sound quality. Hey, I just want to correct the record before you say anything. When I was talking about cartography, if you want to try mapping out the Earth with looking at the ground, and you start making a map on a 1-to-1 scale, say you start in 1 point, and you start going west 1 mile, and you make it a millimeter, then you go another mile, make it another millimeter, go another mile, make it a millimeter, and you start mapping out west, and you try to go north and start mapping out a mile north, mile north, mile north, you'll realize if you keep making a grid pattern, your numbers will start being off. Like the map won't work. It'll end up falling apart. So you can't map out the ground. And when I said, if you look at the sky, I was just imagining just keep going west and you'll realize that your map is off. The fastest way by seeing that the angle to Polaris or just using a compass would be off. So I don't want to hang out with this freak show. I just want to correct my cartography statements earlier. Keep working, get some better audio, maybe use some AI. Just write lyrics and have AI sing it for you, Rachel. Better luck in the future.
Okay, cunt. I do multi-tracks. That was just a live track done to quick.
What'd you call me?
You're
I
a
didn't call
fucking
you your
cunt.
name.
I think you're a dick.
Your name calling?
I think you're a fucking dick.
I think
Okay. I
you're a
multi.
name caller.
You know the
You're
you know
a
the
dirty name caller.
you know the music that they played when I was coming on. I wrote and recorded that. I do multi-tracks. That was a quick.
You think you're Nirvana? You think you're Nirvana? Because you're a bitch and a liar,
Yeah,
and you cannot sing.
Listen,
You're something special because you're a freak. I think you're wrong here, or whatever the song goes. Whatever that song is.
You know what's really funny? You know what's
Is
really
your
funny?
face beside your face?
Is online tough guys. You know why?
On online tough guy.
In front of my
Don't use-
face.
Don't-
No one.
Don't
say
gingerize tough
shit.
people. What about
Listen.
an online tough girl?
Listen, I gotta
Huh?
answer.
Get your tits ready.
I gotta
Get your
answer
tits
to.
up. Get your tits up here, baby.
I gotta answer.
Are we done? I wanted to hear what you had to say. I think you're muted, Z.
So what was your point about cartography? Okay, so you're saying you go in either direction and it doesn't match what? The thing that you're begging the questioning of?
No,
So you
I'm
beg
not
the
begging.
question of
I'm not
globe,
begging the question. I'm just
and it doesn't
looking at the
match-
ground.
So it doesn't match with your idea of
Do you
it
know what a
should-
graph and a grid is? A grid pattern. You make a grid pattern mapping the Earth.
God.
I'm saying it starts falling apart. I know it sucks, man. I don't want it to be a stupid globe, but it is. All right?
Oh, thank you. I feel so much better now that you opened my
Well-
eyes to
well,
such a
you're-
deception.
You just look
Let
at the
me-
ground.
let me-
Start
let
mapping
me-
out the ground.
Let me ask you something, man. Let me ask you.
Was I too hard on Rachel?
Rachel's fine. Rachel could take it. Rachel could take it.
That sound quality was pretty poor. If anyone's being honest.
Look, how do you respond when I say to you that the globe and heliocentric model's physically impossible? What does that mean to you?
I say your head's up your ass and you're just not using facts.
That's your response?
Our head's in the sand, better yet. Heads up your ass. Hey, Rachel got me very feisty. So I just don't think okay, so are you saying I'm wrong? You can't map out the ground? Like why can't I map out west? Why can't I map out west on a map? Like 1 mile equals 1 millimeter or 1 inch. Why can't I make a map of the ground?
Go ahead, keep going.
I'm asking you, well, okay, if I start mapping west, every mile equals 1 inch, and I just keep going west, then I start going north, and I start mapping a mile, go up another mile, and I make a grid pattern. Why does the grid pattern fall apart?
Come on, man. I
Because
already
the
told
stupid
you.
curvature is the
There's
stupid curvature.
multiple projections. I can sit up here and just give you a Gleason's map
You're
argument
saying that.
to
I know.
try to satisfy. I'm not going to do it. I can sit here and tell you that, oh, a Gleason's map will satisfy it just like a globe will, but I'm not going to because I don't give
No maps
arguments like this
work. No
anymore. You
maps work
understand that?
because the stupid. No maps work
I
because the
keep telling
stupid
you this
curvature.
place is modeled. You just keep claiming that the globe works. First of all, you're conflating maps and models. All right. Maps are used for utility. Whatever utility you're using it for would be the most appropriate map. You
Yeah,
think you can
blueprint.
just
Why
match
can't
it
you
one to
blueprint it?
one. Look, if the globe worked, everybody would just be navigating with a little globe. You know, it says for educational purposes, right? You can't just navigate with a globe. You're not
No,
going to
you
fly a
put it on
plane. You're
paper.
not going
You
to
put it
fly a
on.
plane, right? You put it on paper to a map that's flat. Look, you're not going to fly a plane and have a little bobblehead globe next to you. Next
That's
to the
why you
little
put it on
Hawaiian girl
projections and
and
maps.
the bobblehead's Jesus. Do you understand? You're not going to have a little globe. It doesn't work, dude. I don't know what you know what you're trying to get at, man. You're way off. You're conflating
Cartography
maps
doesn't
and models.
work.
You're conflating maps and reality. All right.
Now I think you're delusional or dishonest. Well, I guess I said your logic is way off. Well spoken, but your logic is off.
How old are you? Who are you, by the way?
What's that have to do with anything?
I want to get to know you.
I'm
each other. We just have to hate each other.
Maybe I'm a transgender living in New England.
I don't
like
know.
the rest of your guests.
Apparently, apparently transgender people congregate to my show.
Is this a transgender show? Because it seems like it's just trannies and then a jester calling himself a king.
Yeah, it's just a show for people who want to think, people who want to dialogue, people who want to get beyond the mainstream bullshit.
I know.
What you
It's
feel, man. Come on, tell me about
the
yourself.
mainstream bullshit. It sucks. That's why I said the curvature's gay, man. The curvature's gay.
I want to know about you, Scoundrel. Tell
Me? There's nothing cool about me. I made some AI songs mocking the flat earthers. You might like them. If you click on my channel, you can play one.
Go ahead. What's your channel? Is your channel? What is it?
It's Scoundrel. Just type it in.
Is Scoundrel like a play off like scoundrel?
I'm not going to admit to that, but you figured it out pretty quick. So congratulations.
Well, I mean, you said I was a pretty smart guy, right? So I guess I'm just,
I know. I mean, I think you're funny. I think you talking to penises and the way you let Authentic Intent come on your show and just hang himself and act like you didn't know his past. And that was just hilarious.
Okay, so you're making some weird claim that I knew about Authentic Intent's past based off what evidence?
I mean, I thought everyone knew about it. No.
Everybody should know something. That means I'm supposed to know it.
I don't know. I thought everyone knew about it. But it was funny. That was like the first show I actually watched because someone sent me the link. They're like, hey, I called in. Watch this show.
Do you know who this band is? Do you know
Deftones, Nickelback, Coldplay.
Hey, you're close. Have you ever heard of a band called Limp
Bizkit? Yeah, Limp Bizkit. Yeah. I did it all for the cookie.
For the nookie.
Something. Stick it up your ass.
Are you familiar with the lead singer of Limp Bizkit?
Fred Durst.
Right. Would you be surprised if I brought Fred Durst up to my panel right now because he's a frequent listener to my show? Would that shock you in some way?
I'm showing my age by knowing that guy's name, aren't
I? Well, Rasta Bear is he goes by a handle Rasta Bear on YouTube.
Oh, yeah, bring him up. Can we talk about Owen Benjamin?
A lot of us think. Sorry. Hold on. A lot of us think he's Fred Durst. You want to meet him or what?
Yeah, I thought you said you were bringing him up.
Yeah, he's coming up right now.
Clark Potter. Dang it, Fred. Charm. Hey, like a charm. Hey, like a charm. Hey.
So, scoundrel or scoundrel, did you want to ask about the bear? What did you want to ask him about Owen
Yeah,
Benjamin?
how's Owen Benjamin doing?
Oh, he's doing great. He's just got more cows and more more goats and building
More
up his
cows.
building up his plantation.
Yeah, I call him Play-Doh Benjamin because he just seems to form to any topic that suits him. Like now, like what's his thought? The last time I saw him, I tuned in around January, and he was saying he didn't believe the flat Earth ever. So, what's your thoughts about him flipping on the flat Earthers?
I don't think he's flipped on the flat earthers. He yeah, the best of my knowledge, he's still a flat earther, or at least doesn't focus on that topic all that much.
He's a Phoenix.
I don't know. I respect a lot of things he has to say, though. He really is on top of, I'm pointing that, that goes right into what you were saying, Z, about, Jerans Lighter being on Joe Rogan, because they were talking about the final experiment, and Witts evidently, live streamed with Owen Benjamin from Antarctica, but Joe Rogan doesn't allow Owen Benjamin's name to be mentioned on his show. Like, you're not allowed to say the name Owen Benjamin.
All right, so hold on a second. So that's a weird thing. So you're saying Owen Benjamin doesn't talk about flat Earth anymore, but yet he was live streaming Witsit from Antarctica. Doesn't it seem like a bit of a contradiction?
Well, that was one of the last times I think I don't watch his stream every day anymore. Like, I'm too busy, and a lot of times he has moved it behind a paywall because he's been banned off of YouTube so many times. They can't even put his piano streams, just him playing the piano on YouTube. They ban every single one of his channels that they put out. You do anything that has Owen Benjamin, attached to it on YouTube, and they ban it for whatever reason. They let everybody else on here, but they don't let him on. And that's
It's kind of
interesting.
weird. How do you answer some of the allegations in the chat that Owen has kind of grifted off his audience? He was involved in a number of scandals regarding this Beartaria, to my knowledge. It's been reported by some that he has accepted monies from people, then did not return any promised, let's say, either goods or services or something like that.
I think he's followed through on everything he said. Like, he's a man of his word, and a lot of people who hate on him just they don't understand the big picture, and they want to hate his ability to make money and to build with the community. He brings in a lot of money, to build in the Ozarks and there in Idaho, and that's just what he's done, and he's been very vocal about his dreams, trying to manifest, the way that we all should. We speak things into this reality, and that's simply what he's done, and we've watched him throughout the entire process speak things into reality. And I give him.
Dude, what is this thing you have for Owen Benjamin, man? It's kind of weird, man.
What do you mean? I don't. It's not like, it's just an admiration. I really appreciate, his live streams, and just like the whole bear community, like the Beartaria Times app, which is like a social media platform similar to like Facebook or whatever. Like, it's been a way to connect with like-minded people in the area, and we've had bear meetups a few different times. So we've done like a Bears Giving, where we've all gotten together and had a potluck, and it's
okay. Let me ask you. So I have a couple other bears here. So was Bane Bear at the potluck, and what did he bring? If so, gumbo.
No, I met Bane Bear though at Flattoberfest in South Carolina a few years ago. That was long, I've just met him there in passing, but he's an East Coast bear. I've one of the I've met like retarded bear, which is Dottie.
Whoa!
No despair bear.
Right, so we have no despair bear
And
right here in the chat.
Lady
So you,
QAnon bear. And
gotcha. So a lot of bears.
yeah, I've met a lot of the big bears, and I've even met Owen personally, and I have massive respect for all the bears. They crush in life, like they're all about a hill to grow on, like being
That sounds gay,
productive.
dude. To call yourself a bear because you're following some guy on YouTube sounds
Call
so
yourself a
freaking
king
gay.
when you hide
Let me
behind
finish.
your
It's
little
hey
Mr.
Rasta. Let
Rogers
me finish.
avatar. That's
Let me
gay.
finish, you Fred Durst
You got a
wannabe.
little
It
gay
sounds
finger
so
puppet as
gay
an
to
avatar.
put bear. Let me finish. It sounds so gay to put bear in your name. You look like a washed up Fred Durst wannabe, and it just
Well, we
sounds
don't.
gay.
You're
Like,
so afraid to even
are
show
you gay
yourself.
for
You don't
Owen?
even show what you look like.
Are you
So
gay for Owen Benjamin?
how are we
Are you gay?
supposed to? I just.
Are you a homo, Fred?
No, I'm
Are
not
you
a
a homo for Owen Benjamin? You
No,
call
I love
yourself a
Owen.
bear?
I
Like
love
even
Owen.
a kid. Listen, shut up for a second. Even a kid wouldn't do that, okay? Even a little kid in third grade wouldn't. They get beyond calling themselves after Spider-Man or the Hulk, or you're calling yourself a bear after some fucking dude on the internet. That's gay. That's weak.
No, it's a tribe.
stupid.
It's a
A
group of
tribe.
like-minded individuals.
You
who
sound
all-
like a homo. You're calling yourself Rasta Bear. Like
Yeah,
your name's
I'm
gay.
awesome and a bear. I'm one of the
Oh,
bears.
you're not a bear.
I am a
You're
bear.
not a bear. You're a
I am
follower of a cult. You're a
No,
follower of a
it's not a cult. The Rising Earth
Shut
is
up for a second. You're a follower of a grifter. You're a follower of a grifter.
No, I'm not. He's a comedian.
Yeah.
He's
You're
a
calling
comedian
yourself a bear.
who likes to divulge in truth
Oh.
and speak truth.
You're a
and,
homo bear.
And he's built a community of like-minded people.
Dude, it really does sound gay. You got to break out of that cult. You got to
You're
grow
the
up.
one who sound gay, like you're a little finger puppet, Mr.
You got to
Rogers.
grow up. You're arguing with a puppet and you're losing. I'm winning.
You won't even
I'm
show
winning.
your face.
You're
because
arguing with a
you're afraid
puppet.
of
You know my
what
face.
you
You know
look
my
like.
channel, the Sanity Machine. You know my channel.
I
I'm
don't
not
know
hiding
your
who I
channel.
am.
I
Yeah,
don't
you
care to
do.
look you up. Like, why would I ever
Yeah,
want
you
to follow
do.
your ass?
Look
Like,
me
why would
up, dummy. I'm not gonna. I don't follow some idiot and call myself a bear. That's stupid. That's immature, and all you can do is talk over. You're embarrassed.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Yeah, you're embarrassed. You know that you sound fucking gay, Rasta Bear. Come on.
Come on.
Come
Seriously.
on, dude. Come on, Durst. Just own up to being Fred Durst and a gay bear.
He really does look like Fred Durst. Like the resemblance is uncanny. I don't know who pointed that out. It might have been JC23 last show. It was right on. Especially these like older Fred Durst photos here. Like this one here when he's got the hat on. Even that one. It's so weird. I wonder whatever happened to Fred Durst. He was really hot for a while. He was like dating, like, I don't know, Christina Aguilera and like Britney Spears at the same time. At least that was the story on the guy. I wonder if he ended up with like a solo career. If he moved into some other genre. Maybe he's doing contracting work like Vanilla Ice. Although Vanilla Ice had like somewhat of a comeback. There's that point in one's career where you go from like cliche and kind of kitsch to like in vogue, so to speak. When things are so bad, they become good. Like goofy cult movies from the 80s. I think Fred Durst is due for a comeback. I'm just saying. It's my opinion. You could have yours. as far as Owen Benjamin, I don't know what to say on the guy. I could see both sides of it. They threw him off YouTube. He got deplatformed. That's crazy in and of itself. But then he's got this whole thing going. He's got all these bears turning over their money. I saw the documentary they did on Beartaria and all the stuff that went down with the bears. I can't confirm any of it. It all seems weird. And then he's not talking about the F.E. topic. Okay. See, that's what happens when finances get involved. You get co-opted big time. I guess more bears in the group if you don't press the F.E. topic. I'd imagine it's quite divisive, like it is anywhere. So why stand on what you accept about this world? Just play to the common denominator. That's what, like, Owen seems to be doing. He's just playing to the consensus of his group. I heard that Bacteria is like basically a nothing publication. You can't talk about anything remotely controversial. You can just talk about gardening and homesteading and your kids. Bane Bear says the F.E. topic is a sidebar. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's not like everything has to be about the F.E. topic. I admit after a while it kind of just starts to loop and cycle because the principles are pretty basic. Brenda, what do you say when I say principles are basic when it comes to F.E.?
I don't know what you mean. Because I don't
Okay.
know what basic principles you're referring to. Most flat earthers, including yourself, have a very poor understanding of even elementary concepts for science, physics, and math.
Oh God, we've gone through this a million times.
Yeah, I've debunked you several times.
Let me
I'll
ask
come
you
and
something.
slap you around every time. Yeah.
All right, how's this? Let me just kind of concede and say, okay, just for the sake of argument, you're right. I don't know science.
Okay.
I don't know math.
You don't.
Here's the question: why should one have to know science or math to debunk the globe?
You have to be able to understand the model in the first place before you can debunk it. You have to understand how to argue, how to present arguments, how to order your thoughts, right? And I'm saying you don't have to be, in order to either confirm or debunk the globe or confirm or debunk the flat earth, you can just be in the 8th grade in junior high, but you don't measure up to that.
That's the level we're on.
You're
You and I.
below that.
Gotcha.
You don't understand basic thought, ideas and concepts, even trivially basic. You don't.
So we're
And
gonna
you're
make
not
a
when
point
you're
here, or are you just gonna ad hom the entire
well, the other thing
time
is
and make
you're
yourself
not.
look bad?
Yeah, someday I would hope that you'd actually be willing, right, to listen and to think that maybe this is all. I made a huge mistake. I think the Earth is flat, and like Jaron, I'm going to be honest, right? I'm going to have some personal integrity, and I'm going to admit that I was wrong. That's what Jaron did. I didn't like Jaron, and in a way I still don't that much, but I didn't like him before he went down there. But I gained some respect for him because he at least went down there, and he made up his mind based on what he saw, because it debunked everything he thought was true. And you will never do that because you're a coward and a weakling.
Oh, Brenda, that hurts.
Good. You need to be slapped.
Ouch. My
Good.
feelers.
Yeah. I don't think you do care much because, I have some straight, I have some, I don't know much about you. Your voice intonation never changes. It never goes up or down. It's a completely flat affect.
Proceed.
Yeah, that's just what I know, right? So I know that flat Earth has destroyed your life. You lost your job. You lost your family, right? Because of flat Earth. Flat Earth does that. It destroys people. It destroys their lives.
It
I've seen it.
does?
Yes, I've
Because
seen
you
it
say so?
No, because I've seen it time
I
after
guess you're less.
time.
So here's the thing, Brenda. So you're just living this great life, and it's flat
Yeah.
Earth that destroys life. So you're just gonna overlook like all the other suffering in the world. You're just gonna. You did this last time. Let me bring King Stephen up because he made a good point last time. You made this point like, oh, you're just living this
King
great
Stephen
life,
isn't any
Brenda.
better. He's just as dumb as you are. He made the same
Yo, you're just
stupid
overlooking my point, Brenda.
flat Earth
You're not gonna
101
look at
errors that
all
you
the
do.
things in this life.
It
You're just gonna
looks
point to
flat to
flat Earth.
me.
You're just gonna point to flat Earth and say
Isn't
that's
that
what
right,
ruins
Kings?
people's
Isn't that
lives.
right, Stephen? It looks flat to me. Durr.
There's no measurable curvature, Brenda. And bears are embarrassing and unbearable.
Prove it. Prove
They're
that there's no.
cringy.
Brenda,
Prove that
I
there's
heard
no curvature. Prove
Brenda,
it.
what do you think
Prove
the
it, you
curvature is
coward.
for Jerans'
Prove it.
penis? What do you
Prove it,
think
you
Jerans'
coward.
penis curvature is, Brenda?
Prove it, Stephen. You say there's no curvature. Prove it, or shut the fuck up. Sit down. Right? Know your place, King. Know your place. Your place is sitting down. That's your place. Until you can provide evidence that water is flat, sit down and shut your mouth.
Oh, Brenda. You're being very naughty tonight.
Am I? Me? In comparison to everything that other people have said to me here just tonight? Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Fuck you. No, I'm not.
Wow,
I'm
this
not,
must be
I'm
so
not
You're
hard
very
for you.
fucking rude, Brenda. You're impolite.
So are
You're
you.
impolite.
Yeah.
You are a hypocrite. You are what you accuse others of being.
Cry.
That's you.
Cry
That's
about
you.
it. Are you
You're
gonna
impolite.
cry?
I'm not
Are you gonna
crying.
cry, King Stephen?
No, I'm
Are you
not
gonna
crying.
cry?
Chop your
Yes,
dick
you are.
off. I'm not
Yes, you
crying.
are.
I'm not crying at all.
Give me the proof.
Not at all. You're
Give me the
impolite.
proof that water
You're
is flat
impolite.
or.
Yeah, like, I mean, I support all colors of the rainbow. Everybody knows that here. I'm supportive of humanity, humankind. But yeah, the way King Stephen just said it, like to chop off your own member. You know, and Rachel had mentioned it a little bit earlier. It just seems so extreme to me. It just seems like such a step to take. I don't know. Somebody says mute that nutcase. Which nutcase? YD, which nutcase? Yeah, I don't know about that whole thing. I want to be supportive of people, and I am. Just on a personal note, that seems you're very passionate about this transgendered thing, King Stephen. Can you go into that a little bit more?
Well, I just think that they're freaks. I think they're delusional. They have issues. They have mental issues, and perhaps spiritual issues as well. I don't trust them because a lot of times they lie, slander, smear campaign, attack. They kind of behave like psychos. So it's beyond genitals. Their behavior shows that they have issues in other ways in life. They're very unstable. They can't choose a gender, and they also are unstable towards other people. That's the pattern I've noticed. What about you? Have you noticed how violent and quick to make threats and unstable, unhinged they are?
I don't know. I noticed that with a lot of people. Most people seem like they're all over the place. I guess you can call it emotional volatility. You know, it's just up and down. People are so quick to attack. And here's the other thing I notice: lack of empathy. This is the modern age, meaning to say, I don't know how old you are, Stephen. I'm going to guess you're right about my age. Now, I grew up in the 80s, early 90s. That's kind of like when I was in my developmental period, right? Now, I remember how people were. I remember humanity that seemed to be different than the one we see today. Now, you can attribute it to whatever you want, whether it's, the evolution of the digital age, I don't know, media, whatever. Okay, social media. But there seems to be almost a universal lack of empathy amongst people today. It's a weird way that we all deal with each other. And that's kind of what I'm seeing almost with everybody. I don't know. That's just where I am on people.
I agree. People do lack compassion. Things have degraded, but I view this realm as a place that's degrading, not just society or certain people, but overall. I think it's degraded. If you look back at how things were 20, 30 years ago, it was much better than things now. Everything's degraded, whether it's media, entertainment, music, people, caring for each other, community. It's all degrading, and that's not, oh, he's negative. It's just observing what is. It's just being realistic and facing the way things are. Just like if you look at the oceans and see that there's no curvature, it's not positive or negative. It's just looking at reality.
It's just reality, man. Accepting reality on reality's terms, plain and simple. All right, King Steven, much love. Come talk to me again.
Okay, thanks for having me on. And cheers to everyone here, even my haters. You can hate me, but you'll never be me, you little peasants, piss ants.
Man, this guy. Unbelievable. Yeah, I'm trying to read your comments at the same time. A lot of you guys have good comments when I'm up here, but it's hard to keep up with all of them. Yeah, I don't know what to say. This whole Jaren thing is just completely wild. Who knows what Jaren's up to? I'm starting to believe that this is just all like he's just taking us all for a ride. Jaren, I don't think you believe the things that you're saying, which makes you a certain kind of person, very distasteful. It kind of makes you like the lowest that there is. And how insane that your buddy Witts just got ripped up, torn up in the maelstrom of this insanity. It's funny that Witts turned out to be the victim in this. And you'll say, oh, Z, well, look at him. Did you see that stuff with his wife? I'm not talking about just that. This all came down on Witts, and a lot of it was his doing. He tried to walk the line. He tried to hold on to some friendship with Jaren. Frankly, I think Jaren has something on Witts because his stance doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. The way this community is continuing to either defend Jaren, look the other way, again, it's beyond any common understanding one may have. I suspect this goes way deeper than many people think. A lot of agenda on all sides. Let's set up Vera. Vera, welcome to the show.
Salutes. Greetings to all trannies, crannies, grannies, and Pakistanis alike.
Hey, man.
We don't judge.
Even Pakistanis, although I haven't had any yet on the show to my knowledge.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Talk to me.
Pakistanis too.
Vera, it's probably quite early where you are.
Oh, yeah. It's 5 a.m. But my work is night shifts. I'm a night bird. Always been that way. So it's like normal time for me.
Well, it works out for us. Talk to me. What do you think about the Witts situation in particular?
I haven't been paying too much attention, honestly, man. I've been off YouTube for a couple of weeks and just like tuning in back to everything, kind of, But yeah, looking at the Jerans podium thing, like that was wild. Like, I'm not surprised now, like seeing what you guys were saying last summer and seeing how it went now. Yeah. So the Netflix thing is gonna be next, right?
Okay, so he's sitting there at the podium. He's talking to a bunch of people, but I don't know if you saw it, but Joe Rogan brought up the final experiment and Jaron gave Joe Rogan a gift. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No.
Vera, do you remember when I said that Jaron's going to end up on Joe Rogan? I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan on his show was gifted the very lighter that Jaron sparked a blunt with in Antarctica. You can't make that up.
Oh, wow. Buddies.
So you didn't see the Witsit thing? I'll just fill you in. Witsit's wife recorded him during a domestic dispute, and she released it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you didn't see this?
No. I'm out of the blue, man, on all of this. Most of it.
All right, so now that you heard it, what do you think? Let me see if I could find it.
I'm laughing my ass off, man.
Yeah.
But I'm a spiteful person. I don't hate Witsit. I think, maybe it's karma. I don't know. I don't know if he deserves it or not, to be quite honest.
You saying maybe it's karma? Tell me why.
Yeah, if he's playing a role, or if he signed a contract or sold his soul or whatever happened, this would be his kind of or some kind of karma in some form, right?
Okay, so let me ask you, what is your take now when we look back on this whole final experiment? I know you've been following this. How do you have this organized in your mind?
Well, it's been so long after it happened now, so what can you say about it really anymore? I mean, I think right now people, when it comes to flat earth, we should focus on the whys, with the Weisses and the Dubays and people like this pushing a model. So we can't do that anymore. I mean, there's too much. I mean, there's so much more that came into the flat earth spectrum for me personally after the T.F.E. Like, I looked at the upward vector and 2 different models, like the stereographic virtual reality thing, and now we're looking at FPV angel stuff. And one other thing I can't remember, but looking at from different points of view at this, like, yeah, it can't be a globe. We know that. It can't be a ball. It could be, the plane is topographical. Yeah, most probably. But what is like, we could be on top of a huge pyramid or a huge tree stump, or we could be living inside of an egg that's, displacing itself in some primordial waters. We don't really know, but it's all really interesting, and that's opened my eyes personally. But people should really look at carefully now with critical lenses at people like David Weiss and Eric Dubé.
Yeah. Let me address the chat. So Angela Baby Carson says, Z, can you email Austin and see if he's okay? Look, Angela, I don't know what I could do for the guy. Angela Baby Carson, you watched me for months and months talk sense to Witsit as he pretended he didn't hear my content when I know he did. And if he didn't, it's because he ignored it. I tried to talk sense to Witsit for months. Vera knows he was along for the whole way. I tried talking to Witsit, telling him about Jaron, telling him about this trip, talking to him about his adherence to a model. I tried to tell him what the observation would be. What am I going to do for him now? Now, he tried to get in contact with me, but he knows he can contact with me. I got reports through back channels that he wanted to talk to me. I don't know if he's looking for my phone number or what. I don't know if he got butthurt when he didn't get it, if he just wanted me to talk to him through Telegram. I don't have Telegram. Anybody could email me. So what? It's email. He could email me his number. But I know he wanted to talk to me for whatever reason. I don't know what his mindset is. Do
Where
I
is
feel
this
bad for
video?
the guy? You don't see it? I was
No,
playing it.
I say, where is it from? Where is this?
It's from his house, man.
No, I mean the video. Where can you find the video?
His wife uploaded it to Earth Awakenings, and then somebody took it down.
All right. Okay.
So it's if you want to go to, you know who Rusted Soul is? The channel Rusted Soul.
Not sure.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'll indulge you. I'll put Rusted Soul's link in the chat for anybody who wants to check out the original. Hold on, I'm doing it now. But as far, Angela, you know, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do for Austin. She said, I just genuinely care for all, and I can't email people. I don't know how to. What? You don't know how to email people? Just create an account. There's nothing I could do for Austin. If he wants to have a conversation, I'm here. I'd rather just have a public conversation if you want to know the truth. We're all living our lives out in front of people anyway. As far as Witts is concerned, he has nothing to lose at this point. I think he should just come clean and kind of proceed forward from where he is. Either that or just move on with his life. I'm going to say this to anybody listening. He wasn't helping us anyway. I don't care how many people want to fanboy for Witsit. There's a lot of flaws in his approach. Witsit had an obvious agenda. Much like these other guys, he wanted to package Flat Earth into a simple, sellable concept. He wanted to talk about ether. And that's the problem, because Flat Earth can't be sold. I was trying to say this to Brenda, but it's like talking to the wall. It's just simple principles. That's all. Simple things. Brenda wanted to go on and on and on about how I don't know science and I don't know math. Guess what, Brenda? Although you're wrong, there's no need to know science and math. It's just logical. They told you that you're rotating and orbiting, and it's stupid. It's idiotic to think that we're moving like that. There's no way that we can be, because physically, it disqualifies the globe on its face. Nobody needs Austin and his incoherent dielectric acceleration and interferometry and inertial coordinates apparently built into satellites. That's bunk. It's goofy. Austin was way off the reservation. Austin Witsit lost the plot a long time ago. This is not a great loss for Flat Earth. Now, if you want to talk about him personally, that's a different story. Obviously, he's suffering some type of loss right now. But to think this is some big thing that we're all suffering along with him, it is not. It's goofy. Anybody that can think can understand that what they're selling you regarding the cosmology is a complete lie and impossibility. The biggest challenge is how to show people the enormity of the deception. The biggest challenge is breaking people's emotional attachment to this world, because their connection to the cosmology that's been presented goes hand in hand with their connection to this materialistic realm, because this realm is rewarding them for their compliance and their acceptance of this reality. As much as one accepts the reality that's presented to them is as much as they will be aggrandized in this materialistic world. That's the issue. It's not about science or math. I don't need to go to Nathan Oakley's channel and get hammered over and over and over with a scientific method. It doesn't mean I don't know it. The irony is, for all you people out there, I'm going to give you the real irony. I probably know the scientific method and I probably know math more than almost all of you. That's the funny part. I just realized how irrelevant it is. Because even a person that's very, very, let's say, basic, a person who really doesn't have a great education, even they can understand this. They're probably better off. It's the indoctrinated ones, the so-called educated ones that have the problem. Do you get it? You guys are all making this too complicated. I don't need to hear Witts talk about interferometry and interference patterns, as he tells people behind my back that I can't straw man his concepts. I assure you, Austin, I can. I don't choose to because they're bad arguments. They're poor arguments. They will not stand the test of time. Vera, your thoughts?
Well, anytime there's a domestic dispute, I just feel bad for the kids, you know. Yeah, I really don't know what to say about all of this.
All right, let me keep playing
Curious
it.
to see the video, though.
Let me keep playing it.
I wanted to go home and see my. No matter what
Did you see that?
You ever little me and say my name. I wanted to go home and see my. No matter what
Oh, I thought she hit her.
The audio doesn't match up. All right, so he's obviously going in monkey mode right now. Okay.
Gorilla mode.
Yeah. I was trying to make this argument to Brenda earlier. You know, I'll ask you, you know, I'm gonna assume that you've been in at least a number of sexual romantic relationships. Is it fair to assume that, Vera?
Yes.
Yeah. You seem like you can hold your own with the ladies. You seem like you got your own thing going. Okay. You probably have a certain.
Come on, don't flatter me, dude. Just...
Well, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying you're like this alpha Chad guy, but I just imagine that you probably have like something that could appeal to a certain subgroup of the ladies. Okay. Here's my point. What most people, if they're honest, should admit is that relationships are passionate. They involve physical things. Look, just to engage in the sexual act requires hormones. It requires emotional engagement. It's not Disney. It's not Hallmark. Vera, maybe you can attest to it. A lot of these ladies, they like it a little rough.
Well, sometimes all it takes is alcohol. You don't need any of those things.
A little bit of booze. But either way, here's my point. Emotions kind of get carried away sometimes. Gender roles, let's say one's role in a relationship, it can kind of get blurred. My point is, relationships are physical and passionate by nature. To see a couple engaged in a passionate, heated argument is not something atypical. What is atypical is when your wife records you behind your back and then plays it to the world. That's the atypical part. That's my stance. Now and again, like Brenda could come up and she could virtue signal, hashtag believe all women, hashtag me too, hashtag whatever you want. I'm not buying it. There's certain things that are universal and fundamental. He punched a couch. He kicked a couch. I don't know what this chick's deal is. I don't know if she's ever been in any other relationships. I'm just saying. Go ahead. Your thoughts.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Like, what's his wife's name again?
I believe her name is Kai.
Kai, yeah, something like that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that she had to do this on purpose. And the question is why? Why did she do it?
It's a good question. Why at this moment? So apparently this was recorded within days of his return from Antarctica. The date on the video was December 24th, Christmas Eve of all times. So we know he had just returned. He obviously was in a particular way. Who knows how he was behaving? The reality is we don't know the particulars of their relationship. All we do know is his wife recorded this and released it. That we know for a fact. So we can go he said, she said. But it begs the question, what behavior of his could have been so egregious to have warranted this type of treatment from her? They share 2 kids together. Would it not be in her interest to at least preserve in some way his integrity just for the sake of their children? I don't know what's going on here, but either way, we're looking at a man who's obviously at rock bottom. He's disappeared from the internet. So here's the thing, Vera. The 2, most prominent flat earthers go down to Antarctica. One of them does a globe flip, and then one of them basically has this fall from grace, which I don't think he could ever recover from. And this is what we're looking at. Look, did Will Duffy win, Vera?
I think he thinks he won, but in the end, flat Earth is the thing that's gonna win. At first, yeah, probably just more people gonna start looking at flat Earth like it's stupid, and now we got this guy telling like, yeah, I was in it, and it's a cult, and they all dummies and whatever. We have this evidence of the sun now in the Antarctica, so you must, believe now we're on a globe. Like, it's not gonna work. It's just gonna backfire on them. And this is, fall from grace. That's a great way to put it for Witts. But I'm just wondering, like, this was released recently, right? This video.
To my knowledge, within this past week.
So if it was filmed on Christmas Eve and released in March, like, first of all, why did she record it on Christmas Eve and not release it until now? If that was her plan, or what, that wasn't her plan, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah.
You and I share that same question. Who knows? Maybe she was holding it against him as some type of leverage. Maybe he didn't play into some type of blackmail, so she just released it. Who knows? Who knows? Somebody's saying you're scary looking. I don't know if they're talking about Austin or you, Vera. They say this dude is scary looking. Can you please can you please elaborate?
I don't blame him for saying that. Scary is the wrong word, so I might look weird or whatever, but scary? Nah.
So call for zero, Dave says call for zero. I always forget if your name is Dave or Dan. I'm pretty sure it's Dave. Says she may have asked her lawyer. Right. Either way, this can be used for so many purposes, but primarily in family court. Vera, a lot of people don't understand that in the U.S. particularly, family court does not follow the same rules as criminal or even a civil court. It's its own jurisdiction with its own rules. If she can provide evidence for a hostile home environment, that gives her great leverage over child custody. She's got him right where she wants him. And, people say, why are you talking about the Z? How could we not talk about this? The final experiment is being broadcast on Joe Rogan now. Joe Rogan has Jerans lighter from Antarctica. Are you serious? Witts was obviously integral to this whole story. And now here he is with this public debacle. Vera, Dave Weiss isn't talking about this, or Sergeant Y, because their golden boy, the boy that they branded, had this huge screw up. And we're supposed to ignore it. So here's the thing. So we're supposed to ignore this and then let Witsit go on Candace Owen and then let her play this to her audience. Or we pull the Band-Aid off now, we expose this, and we see if Witsit recovers. And if he comes clean. We're truthers. Get it? I've had people scrub my background, Vera. I've had people do deep dives on me. They've doxed me. They've made false claims on me so many times, gave up my address, phone number, etc., etc. Go into my work history. You don't think I've gone through things like this? This is part of it. This is how we refine each other. This is how we make sure the cream of the crop are the ones out here with the strongest voices. As these T.F.E gatekeepers have ignored me for years and years and years, and pretty soon they're not going to be able to ignore me. They're all watching me, all of them. I hear them use my terms constantly. Vera watched as Nachiketa and I created the narrative that they're all spewing right now regarding this apparent sun, the illusory optics of the sky, the folly of adhering to a debunked, falsified model. All of them. And my listeners know it. Go ahead, your thoughts.
Yeah, I've learned more about flat Earth in the last few months, and well, pretty much since late summer than I did my entire past 2 years before that. I realized I was kind of studying the wrong model, so to speak. And
Right. You know why? Because you're being presented with a model. They just basically took the globe model from you and gave you their version of it. It's no different than what we got presented with through this academia of the last 500 years. People who benefited from a story and then perpetuated that story as if it were fact. Plain and simple, they're no better than them. This may just be the nature of the reality that we find ourselves in, where people just consistently get co-opted on so many different levels, one after another. Go ahead, your thoughts.
yeah, I mean, the power struggle is still going on strong, but I see a revolution coming. Maybe not soon enough, but yeah, I'm just thinking about a lot more other concerning stuff than flat earthers being made look stupid or a flat earth being made look stupid.
Look, here's the thing. Anything that threatens their power structure is going to be made to look stupid. Flat Earth's just a part of it. It happens to be a hot topic here because that's where my mind is right now. But of course, this is just one part of the whole thing. As I've said multiple times tonight, the deception runs through every aspect of our society, through the history, through the religions, through the education, through the science.
All the way down to wearing rubber shoes.
All the way down to all the way down to the very metaphysics of what this reality is. All right, Vera, closing thoughts for the audience.
Well, yeah, I was speaking of concerning things. I'll just leave your audience and yourself with this thought. You can buy Tesla bots today, right? So what if we take a Tesla bot and we put a Google quantum microchip in it? We program it with a little AI, and maybe we take that, we do a little, improvements to the armor, maybe add some hydraulics and some titanium armor and maybe some lasers. Now, Z, do you remember, you like the Terminator movies, right?
I actually do.
Do you remember what year that the Terminator came from in the future?
It was like right around now.
2029.
Yeah, there you go.
So 2029, according to the movies, to science fiction, is the year that humans and Terminators, or machines, are in war. We can buy a Tesla bot and put a Google quantum chip AI program in it. It will do whatever is programmed on that chip, and AI is running it. It's 2025. You can do that today. Take care, stay safe, and fight for the humans.
Blessings. Come talk to me again.
Yeah. Peace.
Let's VAR everybody. Fight for the humans. It's a good thought to close out on. Look, what else can I say? Somebody's got to come on here and give you guys the real deal. Like I said, there's only going to be so long that they could ignore me. And that's like me. I'm not going to say it's just me. There's going to be a time where you can't ignore me. I'm just saying, I'm going to make it so. Plain and simple. Like I said, gloves off with you people. It's been off for a while, but now it's really off. Because I'm fed up with it. There's only certain things that motivate me. There's only very few number of things that I count as valuable in this world. And I assure you, none of them have to do with material things. And that's where I have all of you. Because you all could be leveraged, bought and sold to drop of a dime. You stand on nothing. You've built your castle on sand. And like the great Jimi Hendrix said once, castles in the sand return to the sea eventually. And that's where you're all going to be. And with that, come check me out again. Much love, everybody. Take care. Peace.